Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 9th, 2023. This is our weekly series of programs which we've developed over the last couple of years, but we want to welcome all the agents of peace, universal citizens, and the rest of the souls on this planet and across the universe. And we've all been waiting for the universal unit, but I think Mr. Keshe more and more is going into this idea, this understanding that you are the unit. As he said, most of the future teachings are going to be on transmutation rather than the matter state. Although he made a clear distinction, we really need to work with both and understand both. And as he said before, and I wasn't sure about what that, when he said you could take part of the trip in a UFO and part of the trip in the transmutation. So there's, as he said, there's still a lot to learn and a lot to understand, but he's really making a clear distinction that we really need to understand both and quite deeply. And even in the educational process, I know there's going to be new understandings written into the math programs, the physics programs, the biology programs, and the chemistry programs, so that future citizens, future human beings and the rest will be able to understand both, even though he said it could lead to some confusion in the future. I'm already a little confused about all this, but again, we're trying to all put it together and we all have a little bit of the knowledge, and that's why openly sharing freely with the others is the way we're going to unravel it. But even then, he says, we're going to bring in the universal community to add more understanding to our knowledge. And in that process, we'll also share knowledge with them. He said it's not going to be a one-way flow of knowledge. We have things they don't have, and they have things that we don't have. So this is coming up, but talking about colonizing of the moon or the Mars, apparently this is on the card in the next 2 to 5 years without a doubt, and even leading to the entire solar system. As he said, once you learn to run and jump, this transition is going to be quite easy. In other words, if you take something apart the first time, yes, it's quite difficult to put it back together, but after you've done it a number of times, it's so simple you could almost do it blindfolded. I mean, depending on what it is you're taking apart and putting together. But this is where he's bringing humanity. And again, this is going to deplete much of this planet over time, where so many people will want to go out into space. And he did go into some sort of understanding if we really wanted to continue with all the mishaps and missteps and the rest of the problems in the physicality, or would we like to go out into the universe and create our own planet where we feel comfortable? And again, this is another big understanding. I thought the time of milk and honey was here on this planet, but again, maybe he's referring to milk and honey, that you discover your own capabilities of moving and creating. I think this is the whole part of it. But a lot of it is connected to the dream in a way. We've been doing this transmutation in the dimension of energy. And now we're going to be, the full transmutation, I think, will come later. But again, it's up to us to practice it. And I think the universal, as he said, the universal community has, the ones in the UFO, let's say, have some of this knowledge, but I don't think they've been able to do the full transmutation. That's why they're in the craft. We all know that. But I think they're able to transmute like in a dream and maybe control it better than we have up to this point, to go places and see things in the energy dimension, but yet not able to bring the physicality along and manifest it. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe is trying to guide us into. And of course, we will be teaching every race, color, and creed, not only here, but across the universe, this gift from Mitra, he called it. So we're in quite a exciting time. As he said in one of the questions, the future, we clearly see the future is bright for all of us. And again, changing conditions. He talked about refugees, and we're going to cover a number of these clips. And once this knowledge is understood, the refugees that have been created in the last 50 years are just going to be a speck of dust, because everyone is going to have this ability to move across this planet, or perhaps create their own situation or go to another planet. And I think that's one of the reasons for the depopulation of this planet. But maybe there'll be also some baby booms coming along the way, or we'll start creating out of this dimension of the soul, which interestingly enough, he said the sacrum is part of this creation. This is the tailbone we were talking about in one of the questions, that this sacrum is part of the creation through the soul. And of course, it's also used to engage the soul, the energies of it. And he said, we'll teach this more in the future. And he alluded to that phrase many times in this workshop, as he's done in other workshops, that the time is not right. We're not ready for certain knowledges. He's going to teach things in the future. And as he indicated, we haven't really understood the magnet in measuring its position. So there's a lot to go. And I think the humbleness is part of absorbing this knowledge. If you want to absorb the energy from the apple, you have to become more humble than the apple. And so you become the gravitational then, and can actually draw that energy or interact with that energy within yourself. The same with the lamb. So again, becoming humble, and this knowledge will come to you more readily than to think you've arrived and you understand it all, and there's not much more that we need to know. But I think he talked about the colonization of this solar system in the next number of years, no problem. And then having to leave the inner solar system and to go out into the Milky Way galaxy, which we'd have to understand the transmutation at that point for sure. But he is encouraging all of us to continue to practice and open this dimension up more and more. And that was one of the things he closed the workshop with. See if you can fit into some sort of system where you can start practicing this, and maybe some people will have achieved it by next week. It's always been there, just like the universal unit. We've been waiting for it, but it's us who we've been waiting for, I think. And we've just been too timid or too shy or too scared or too chicken to start to play with it. And this will be in one of the clips we're going to play as well today, that some of us are quite satisfied with this dimension of physicality, so there's no way to open up any other dimensions. But I think more and more people will become quite enamored with this process of being able to move, again, not on the donkey, not on the airline or the bus or the space station or the rocket. But if you want to move in the MAGRAV positioning, you'll go with the UFO. And if you want to go with the complete transmutation, you'll use the energy packages of the soul. So there was, again, a tremendous amount of knowledge in every single workshop. We'll play some of these clips we're going to play. We're not going to play them fully. We'll leave it up to you to continue it on. You'll see the timestamp on the screen. But before we get into all of that, we usually like to read the World Peace Treaty. And again, if you've just joined us for the first time, some of these things may seem a little bit strange to you. We see all the conflicts. We don't believe it can ever get over with. But the process lies within ourselves, between us and our souls. And the whole idea is to find peace within yourself in some way, to find peace with the other inhabitants of this planet in many ways, and then to find peace with the universal community, which again, he said that they don't have any intention to harm us or to eat us, but we may have some of those intentions still within us. So we're really going to have to become into this peaceful condition on this planet for the universal community to want to come and share knowledge with us, where they're not worried that we may have some other not great intentions for them. So this is all going to be laid out, but he said the traveling with they've mastered this travel in the matter state, beyond our imagination, he was indicating. And again, this is in the UFOs, but they haven't been able to travel the way the creator travels, and that's doing the full transmutation. And then apparently the whole universe opens up, but there's still probably many, many different things to understand about it. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and you can print this out on the Keshe Foundation website. And again, it's an agreement between you and your soul, and only you can make that. I can't make it for you. But it's a very simple document. This is the same document that the world leaders will sign, the world religious leaders will sign, and anyone else, again, not necessarily with a pen, but with the pen of your soul. And if you're planning on moving into space, if you're planning on creating out into space, this is the ethos that is going to be followed, where as we look through the telescope, we don't see any wars or conflict. And there may be some, as Alex likes to say, hooligans out there, but normally they're dealt with. But and some from this planet have also gone out and started the creation process, even though in the last workshop he said it's only a speck of dust, even though it was millions or billions or trillions of souls from this planet out there creating. He said that was only a speck of dust compared to all the souls that have created the universe that we exist in. So the World Peace Treaty, again, between you and your soul. We're not necessarily collecting them unless you become a private student, but this is just a different way of approaching. We've tried the war and the controlling other people and land and resources and so on. Let's try this method of giving. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. No other thing. So we all need to get on this train of giving from your soul, fields from your soul, which are the only thing, as I understand it, that you can give that's not stolen. Everything else we give has been taken from somewhere else, either from a cotton plant, if you give somebody a piece of clothing or whatever else it is. It doesn't matter. Everything else has been taken from somewhere else. But by giving from your soul, this is going to create the position of change. And we'll cover this a little bit more in the Peace Dome, which we're creating as well. But this is something, again, it's up to you. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. The World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? If not, I will read it. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate. Whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or your soul. Simply put your name, your signature, the date, position held, and again, on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. And then, of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And since it's all come out of the Creator, everything we see or we don't see is from the Creator. So we need to become much more peaceful than we have been. And one of the worst practices we have is eating. Now, that always sounded strange to me, that we could feed without eating, but this is the way the Creator absorbs energies, not through killing and destroying its own creation, but through the absorption of fields. And this is what we're learning, and it's probably much healthier for us as well. Many of the trouble we have is because of all the things we've put into our mouth. So let's go to these selected clips. Hopefully everyone's hearing this transmission well. I'm sure you would have told me if you haven't up to now. I'm sorry about the delays. We had to start a few times. There was some issue with the audio, but that's not unheard of in many of our meetings, as we know. So this is the 493rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Before we go there, let's go to the Keshe Foundation store, and there are two major conferences, or well, one is a monthly session, but the other is this Ambassadors Conference, which we're all aware of, but world ambassadors have been invited not by the Keshe Foundation, but by leading governments, as I understand it. And this will take place on the 28th of October and the 29th of October, Saturday and Sunday of this year. And it'll be held in London. And again, the technology is going to be shown to world ambassadors. And I'm sure many of them are aware of it. Maybe not the ambassadors, but the world leaders are certainly aware of this technology as they talk about the Keshe Foundation regularly amongst themselves and between each other, but not with their nationals. So again, this is an ambassador conference and a series of conference, which will also continue into the future. You can sign up for this, and there's a limited amount of seatings. I'll just start here. The space becomes the premise of area where there should be no wars. In this ambassadors meeting, as in the previous ones where the MAGRAF systems were offered to each nation, a new space plasma technology development for energy and space will be offered to the ambassadors to be taken back to their nations. We expect a number of ambassadors from the world's leading nations to attend, and many representatives of the British government will be invited to attend this meeting. The number of seats allocated to knowledge seekers will be limited. The entry ticket for the entire event is €1,500 plus the value-added tax for the two-day conference, and being given the chance to be present in the meeting with the ambassadors. Groups of 10 people or more can attend for €1,400. And booking will close very early, as we expect a large number of people who would like to attend this conference and meeting with the world ambassadors in London. So you can make your reservations for that as you choose. But what's coming up this month is the connecting with the soul of the creator, which of course is you. And this is our series of meetings that's been going on, I think, since last December, where we're interacting with certain systems in Linz. I don't know where they're going to be moved to, or maybe certain ones aren't going to be moved, but the exhibition center is going to be closed. But these 4 sessions, I think they'll be on the 7th or the 14th, 21st, 28th, and then a final session on the 30th, which there'll be a review and to see who's achieved anything or anything you'd like to report. This is one of the biggest mass trials that the Keshe Foundation has been involved in. And as Mr. Keshe said, you can bring in whatever you'd like into this session. And it doesn't only have to be for the physicality. As a matter of fact, why don't we just, if we can, this is not the exact spot I had. We need to go to a little farther down the line here. And we'll hear Mr. Keshe describe again, what are some of the possibilities, and they're limitless. So whatever condition you're experiencing, or in psychological area, physical area, again, it all depends. There's no limitation, whatever you'd like to bring in. But Mr. Keshe will explain it much better than I can.
Zoom in particular. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin?
Yes, with great pleasure. A couple of things to announce or to remind is that the session of 7, 14, 21st, sorry, 14, 21st, 28th, and 30th of the July with the 3-hour sessions will not close at the given time. It's open till literally 29th is the session you join, or you can join the session of that week, or you can join from the beginning for all the sessions. We expect a lot of things in this process. First of all, it's not that you are joining for whatever purpose you are. We are testing the strong developed technologies in the background for our purpose for development of technology. Keshe Foundation is a research structure, and whatever we do is for us to learn something and develop something that benefits us and our future generation, our future time. In the last week, Friday, elevation of the soul of the, what we call abuses of the children, we usually have a survey. We do a survey to understand how you feel. But we have developed the technologies in the background, and we feed you in the process of the system, or we bring matters, structures in the background into play, very simple ones, which allows us to see the effect of your soul, collective soul of the people participated, their emotion and their physicality and everything else. And we didn't need to do a survey anymore, because our systems in the background gave us all the data we wanted. If I would have taken the data from the screen and put question to the people, 90% would have been exactly what we got from our systems. In a way, now we don't need to ask you. We didn't need to ask. We relied on the data we collected in the background from the feed, the energy of your soul, which means it cannot lie. We see it directly. We see when the soul takes to elevate the physicality and the soul of physicality. We see the challenges of the soul of physicality. We see how the physicality responds to the situation. And we understand this fully, and we monitor this in the background fully. We can add to it. We change parameters. And in most of the cases, you see our what we call service line on, but all of your lines are off, which means we are acting, we are testing, we are delivering new technologies. And then we understand how the next step shall be, how will be. So for the next, from the 14th on, the sessions will be 2 or 3 hours. Many of you ask us, which session can I join? Can I come in this session? Can I come? You can come in any session. We'll befit you for that session. There are so many different people with different needs or different, what I call wishes and different conditions who come in. So for us, is not important if which one will fit. We don't announce this section today is for this, and next session is for that. We are testing. Maybe you come in all the 4 sessions, and in the second session, you receive what you're looking for. In the first session, you might not feel anything. Maybe what you gain from the first and the second session in the third session will bring you to what you came or you wanted to. In the sessions of 14, 21st, 28, you need 2 microphone heads minimum. One you put on your head as usual, and one you connect as adapter to your, where you want the change in your body. So The session of this coming 4 sessions is for you. You want to elevate your soul. You want to get rid of a pain in the arm. You want to send a loved one emotional change. You want to put their pictures. You want to change a sick dog, a fish in a tank. You have that facility this time. So you need to get hold of an adapter which can connect your mobile phone to 2 headphones at the same time, a stereo, and join the session. If you want to change a condition on the left side or the right side of the body, join one session just using the same phone on the right side or its left side. It's all how you want to do it. We cover a full spectrum, and in some cases, we change things to fit our technology. Don't forget, you are joining for us to learn to help the next generation. On top of it, you get the satisfaction of maybe what you want, why and how you entered this session. And it'll be very extensive. And most probably at the end of it, we'll have a session to comprehend, to understand how it affected some of you. The process of what we call the development of the technology comes and has come out of the knowledge seekers teaching and knowledge seekers understanding the process. So if you're planning to join us, you can join. We're trying to put a limit on it because we want to understand exactly how it will work. We want to understand how much we have helped you, how much you have helped yourself, how much it has brought change to you. You're an addict, you're an abuser, you've been abused, you have cancer, you have depression, you have a tooth broken, you want to grow a tooth, you want to extend your leg, you need a hip replacement, you're emotionally in a stress, you want to see if your fish will change its characteristics. All depends on you in how you apply your emotion to the system. We are here to deliver, not what we call to do with the physicality. We are here to see how we can elevate the soul, that the soul brings a change on the need of the soul of physicality, and how it will transfer that to the physical condition of the man, or the beast, or that. So join us in this 4th session, what we call group of sessions we put for your sake and for the sake of gathering knowledge. And then we'll see how we build up to the August, what we call sessions. August sessions will be very, very interesting. We try to bring in August the 25 knowledge seekers together. And sometime in August or early September, that will take shape. We'll announce or we'll send you the place to meet sometime in early August or sometime in August. And we try to get consensus that you all can be in a place and time to be together. How you organize your ticket, how you organize your stay, and the rest of it. And then we go for the 200, and then the 65 we put on. The process of development of the technology has been amongst the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers and has to stay free, research-based. Has to be no limitation and no control on it. And we control only to extend the knowledge and how we collectively will see it to go to the next step. We might have some news for you in the coming weeks that will bring changes to the whole structure of the Keshe Foundation's operation internationally. We are awaiting ourselves for that. And once we are informed and we are fully understand it, then we'll pass on to the Keshe Foundation Family International. We hope that it will be to the advantage of all of us as one nation, one planet, one race. The other point we have to remind you is that the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center closes door by end of next week or the week after. We are closing the Keshe Foundation exhibition altogether, and it will move to one of the major cities in the world. So those of you who want to go to the exhibition, maybe next week will be the last week, or if you can extend it a week after that. But by second, third week of July, the exhibition center of the Keshe Foundation lanes will shut down for good. On the other hand, the Keshe Foundation operation worldwide will expand in a different way that will inform you as we come to it in the coming months and weeks. Are there any questions?
Wow, I couldn't get my mic open. Sorry about that. I'm having an issue with the mouse and the audio. But any questions about this? You need to appear. You need to appear with 2 sets of headphones minimum. And I don't know what he meant by minimum. Maybe there are other processes, but it's all going to be explained. I've always thought that since the soul, even before the Keshe Foundation, I didn't know it was the soul. But I thought within myself that I could create some sort of balance or healing within myself for any sort of conditions, although I haven't been, I've been to the doctor a number of times, but I always thought you could create some sort of wellness within yourself just by willing it. But now I know it's more the work of the soul. And that's what these sessions are about, wellness through the work of the soul. Even though I didn't fully understand it, I was in a way practicing it with my limited understanding. And never liked the idea of being sick or having problems anywhere within my physicality. So again, I've sort of avoided doctors in the last decade or more or less. And this process, I think, is going to carry into the satellite souls, as Mr. Keshe was indicating. This is coming in the future. But there are many surprises, I think, and beautiful things we'll notice about this. And you can even sit in for someone who's not there. Again, he said, your sick dog, someone else, perhaps a fish in the tank. So we can reach through these fields an unlimited amount of possibilities. And you can divide these sessions in any way you'd like. If you want to spend 30, I've already blocked it off into 30-minute sessions. I don't know if that would be enough. He seems to say what you wished for in session 1, you may not have felt anything. Session 2, you may not have felt anything, but in session 3, you received it. And it doesn't mean you're going to. It's part of this developing for the future generations. So that's what it's really all about. You're giving and you're entering these trials to help the foundation reach people in a mass way for a variety of conditions. So that's what it's about. But again, if you can help yourself, and again, the emotion, I think, goes from you through the system and then back into the second set of headphones. Into what position? I don't know where you'd put the headphones, if it was for someone else or for your dog who's maybe not with you. But we'll learn more in the sessions. He'll explain more, but this is a confidence building thing where we'll be able to transfer, I believe, knowledges, energies, wellness, and the rest through the process of the soul and interacting with other souls. So this is my understanding of where we're going. Again, it's just the beginning of it. But just to show you, Alex had over, my mouse is not moving. Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to, I don't know why it's not moving. Maybe let me just shut it off and reconnect it. Maybe that'll help. I wanted to play the video, Alex, that I believe they created in the Brazilian team. My mouse is not moving. Okay, it says it's connected. Let's see if we can just bring up this video. Sorry about this today. This is a video I believe the Brazilian team made. Alex is voiceover. And what happened here is some of the tests that the Keshe Foundation has run on teeth. And of course, as we know, teeth, for a dentist, it's never been possible. It's been the dream of dentistry, in a way, that a tooth could be grown. And maybe certain dentists would like to see this happen. Maybe others wouldn't, but this is the possibility. And as he said, this is all leading into to be delivered through applications, or what they call apps. And so this is all for a future development, but you may find a surprise within yourself. Let's just see this little video here. Again, this doesn't look like the one I was looking for. Let's just try this. Okay, it is. No, it isn't. Sorry. Okay. Just took a look at that. I'm going to have to find that one more time, and it's going to take me a minute, so bear with me. Any other thoughts or questions about the wellness through the work of the soul? And again, it does sound like it's mostly plasmatic work that's going on here. It's he's not saying to make a GANS or to bring a MagRav in there with you. And let me just see if I can find the video that Alex has made. And here it is. I did have it pulled up, but for some reason it, very good. I had it in the queue already. All right, this is, again, a video about the growing of teeth, which has just been the dream of dentists. And Mr. Keshe will show a couple of pictures here about what has already been achieved. So again, if you would like to attend these sessions, this is one of the possibilities. He said if you had a broken tooth and you want it repaired, or you'd like to grow a tooth. So this is a beautiful video of just one of the areas in a way. And Mr. Keshe put no limitations on this, whether it's for emotional, whether it's for feeding, whether it's wellness of the body, or whether it's to reach someone else remotely, a family member, someone you've known in the past that you've had certain problems with, or they've had certain problems with you. Apparently you can create balances or mend fences even. And this is all through giving, rather, I believe it's all going to be done through giving rather than taking.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials. Not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer, and opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out. Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for as volunteer for us to learn for scientists to bring the new dimension.
What a beautiful video. And again, this is where science meets the soul of the man. As Mr. Keshe told us many times, we're not doctors, we're technology providers. And there are doctors in the background working with the foundation. But again, we're not doctors, we're just providing the technology. And apparently working with the soul in a way we don't understand. Again, this is very advanced technology, but reaching people remotely, melting kidney stones, which are very painful, just by changing the salinity of the kidney from thousands of kilometers away. And this is what's happening with the applications or the apps. This is part of the development of the apps, which in the future, you want to move somebody, again, it's for feeding, it's for shelter, it's for transportation, it's for wellness, and it's for energy. So all these apps are getting developed, and in the future, most of them will be very inexpensive, much less than whatever you're wanting it for, whether, again, it's energy or wellness or travel or shelter. They'll almost be free. And this is the idea of the Keshe Foundation. But all the work comes through the work of your soul. Again, I don't think Christ carried any magraphs or other than the ganses he's had inside himself. And he was able to transfer and elevate the soul of others. And through these sessions, I think we're learning some sort of similar process in a way, first with ourselves and then reaching the others. So very beautiful. We'd encourage everyone to sign up if you can. And again, there's no closing dates, it doesn't sound like, for this. So the session, many times it's a few days before the session that the booking closes, but it appears if you miss the 14th, you can order these individually, these offers, or you can go collectively for all of them together, and whatever way you like. But the sessions are not going to close down as they usually do a few days before the session that the booking is cut off. So this is open for the entire month. So if you just want to come to the 28th or the 21st or the 14th, you can do that individually, or collectively you can join all sessions. But again, it's for the work of the foundation to understand more and to reach many people simultaneously with different conditions. And this will be applied, I believe, in the colonies on the moon and Mars and other places, that if someone gets in trouble, we can't fly them back to this planet. We need to reach them with certain fields or touch their soul and ask it to, if it would, be so kind as to put things back into the proper position or correct whatever imbalances is going on, or again, for feeding. So it's a huge understanding. It won't be shared, I don't think, publicly with anyone at this point. We're probably not ready for it due to the lack of, or the Keshe Foundation doesn't want to have a lack of control of this technology or allow any abuses of this technology. So until we mature more and the governments mature more, I believe most of this technology will stay in the hand of the Keshe Foundation. The doctors will be able to use it, but as Mr. Keshe said, with the energy enhancement system, we show you what we do, but we don't tell you exactly how we do it. And I believe that's the position of the foundation at this time. So it's up to you. Again, We know our medical system is very expensive, probably the most expensive in the world, but they don't really achieve much as far as results in many areas. In certain areas they do, but in most areas, again, it's very expensive, but without a lot of successes. And this application development is going to provide people in a disaster or in other conditions, remote, touching the soul remotely, or delivering energies remotely to whoever it is. Again, whether it's a natural disaster or whether you just don't have that ability to grow food or to have any shelter. I think many of these things will be set up through applications. And this is just the first step in the development of this, even though much of this, I think, has been tested and partially developed. This is the largest mass trial of the Keshe Foundation in the public domain. So this is why, Mr. Keshe. So thank you for that beautiful video from the Brazilian team, and Alex, for you your voiceover. Whoops. Okay, I think we'll go to any thoughts or questions anyone wants to raise. Again, it does sound very far out, or space technology. Again, the space technology is much farther advanced than we could ever imagine. So these things are not, let's say, unknown to those who are traveling or citizens of the universe. I think they're using some of this. Maybe they haven't done the full transmutation, but as he said with the UFO, it's beyond our imagination of what can be done with this magnetic gravitational positioning system. So let's go back and feel free to interrupt at any time or to make a comment or ask a question. I don't have all the answers, but perhaps others can help and provide some of these answers. Okay, we'll start about here. And this is just a few selected segments out of the 493rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We may not play all of it. It'll be up to you to go and hear the rest of the, but this is about the teaching and how there's still quite a bit left to teach and a lot left to understand.
The dimension of physicality. There's still a lot to learn. There is still a lot for us to understand. And in so many ways, the education of the Keshe Foundation, it actually starts in reality from now on. It's the responsibility of your knowledge seekers to understand and become the teachers of the future, but not to become the prophets of the future. Try to understand, to explain the upcoming time, the possibilities, and the future, which is there in the dimension of plasma, in the dimension of field interaction. And then try to explain the two together. We cannot dismiss whatever man has achieved in the matter state, but we always add that there is additional knowledge that we need to learn. Dismissing most of the gained knowledge in the matter state, dismissing one's own creation in the dimension of matter state. But does not mean whatever has been done is correct, but in totality, we are in this position as a race due to accumulation of the knowledge from the past and added on today. And it'll be what it'll be for our future race. The whole understanding of the world of creation comes in the dimension of understanding the work of the plasma, energy fields, connection of the fields. In fact, mankind has not made much strive to understand this, even though we played with them for centuries. We get a magnet and we play with it with another magnet. But we never understood the work of the fields, the sharing of the fields of the two magnets, the interaction of the fields of the magnets with the environment that allows such a position, what we call between the two. attraction, repulsion, what we call magna positioning. If you really go back into the depth of it, we have not completed to understand the process of the matter state magnetic fields. And that is why we have a problem understanding the interaction of the fields of the plasma. And the biggest problem will be in the future to be alert at any moment in respecting to which one you are in and which one you want to go to and which one you want to return back to. Does not mean that you always want to be in a matter state to enjoy. You might find more pleasure in a plasma state and sometimes come to the matter state for whatever reason and go back to the plasma state. Where there is no age time, when there is no time, you cannot age. When you put a magnet on the table, does its energy change today? Does its energy and the position changes in 10 years' time? Does the energy of the magnet varies in 100 years' time? Would its effect on its surrounding will change? Then we understand we have not even managed to measure that.
Okay, so I think he's keeping us rather humble. He continues to show us how little we fully understand this technology or fully understand the totality, but he's bringing us along slowly, slowly, slowly. But our lack of understanding of the work of the plasma in the matter state, since we haven't understood that, it makes it harder for us to understand the work in the interaction of fields together. But we're learning, and slowly we're achieving this little by little. And it's a collective work. As Mr. Keshe said, they're going to even bring in the universal community with the UFOs and others, I think, to exchange technologies. There'll be a massive exchange of technologies, not counting, or maybe Mr. Keshe is counting when he says the 20 or 30,000 new products that will be seen in the Keshe Foundation store in the coming time. Any thoughts or questions? Otherwise, we'll go to another clip about education, the dimension of plasma. We call it the soul of the man. This is our next clip that we'll play. And again, you can finish any of these, but this is they're all very deep teachings, but as we understand more, they become simplified in a way. But not for us to become prophets of the future. As he said, try not to become arrogant in the knowledge you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. So it is quite a warning from Mr. Keshe not to fall into this arrogant understanding that we're some sort of prophets or we have some sort of special abilities that the others don't have. They all have it, and the animals and the plants have it as well. So they just haven't discovered it. And we're going to be teaching them in the future, not only the souls on this planet, but souls across the universe. So let's go to our second clip. I'm just going to move it up a little bit. Okay, I think we're about there. And if there are no questions or comments, I know it's sort of breathtaking that we're moving into this new dimension of understanding both of the work we're doing, but we've always sort of disregarded the dream or the daydream, or you had a strong impression of someone, maybe a world leader or others, but the idea is to give to them. It's all about giving. He said, we don't have time for taking. And that's sort of counterintuitive to us because that's what we're working for in our day jobs, and everything else is about taking enough for ourselves. But as he said, the universal community thinks about how much they've given. Have they given enough each day? And that doesn't come into our thoughts that often. But this is a new understanding, and the universe becomes the oyster for those souls who learn to give. and to serve. All depends on what position you want. And again, do you want to walk? Do you want to be on the donkey? Do you want to be on the bus? You want to take an airplane? You want to be on the space station? You want to use a UFO for magnetic gravitational positioning? Or would you like to go to the full transmutation? All up to you and what you would like. So we're accommodating everyone.
As I said, as we enter the new educational part in respect to the energy field transportation, we have to continuously remind you as knowledge seekers in which dimension we are talking about. And from on, most of the teachings is on the dimension of transmutation, interaction of the fields, and not physical interaction of the man. How you react, how you embrace the knowledge will give you the advantage in how far you can experience better or more adventurous part of the life in the dimension of the plasma, or we call the soul. To what extent we'll share this knowledge will not be on how much of it you understood as knowledge seekers. We teach it on the record that someone in the future might listen to it and grasp it the first time, and does not need someone to teach and change that it suits him or her for the system to be applicable to them or to the people around. Understanding the life in the dimension of matter state, understanding the life in the energy state or plasma state, and understanding of the manifestation of the one within the other is as normal as ABC today for man, but man has not seen, has not, and does not want to distinguish between the two, as he's happy with the status quo of today. One of the most important part of teaching comes in understanding the dimension of the plasma, the strength of the plasma, and how each individual will enjoy to be part of the work of this plasma. Does not matter where, when, and how. In the coming time, we'll teach you how to connect to soul, to the matter state through the soul of the matter, not in the dimension of physicality of the matter. How to separate the two and how to live with both in the same position and dimension. Education of the new plasma technology in a physical dimension is much harder than the first part of the teaching of this technology. There are many reasons for this, and in the coming time, we shall explain step by step how each one needs to be done. But initially, we leave it to you as knowledge to come out with the questions, come out to, in a way, a strength of your understanding and what you're looking for in the future.
So some of this in the interaction of the plasma and the matter state will be explained step by step, that we understand exactly what we're doing. And as he said, it's not that easy to connect it. There's a lot of things we need to know, and we're missing them for some reasons. Otherwise, we would have all been powering our homes by now or feeding ourselves by now. So there's much more knowledge to be added. We haven't come to the culmination of it, let's say. I don't know if we ever will, because it seems like the knowledge of the universe is never ending. And with new creations and new explorations, there's always will be more to add to our knowledge. And whatever position you're in, there's more understanding if you go deeper into that position. And again, it's probably endless, but we're just scratching the surface. And as he said, the teaching is just starting as of today or last Thursday. Any thoughts? Anyone want to raise a point or a question? But we'll go through all of this step by step in the future time. Now let's hear a little bit more about the plasma packages. I'm going to just move this video up a bit. I think right around here. That's pretty close, I think.
Gravitational fields that are for the matter state.
I missed a bit of this question. Let's back it up. I think this is Peter's question.
In the last Knowledge Seekers workshop toward the end, that you wanted to open up at the beginning of this workshop. So we kind of missed that, but here's the question. Could you open up a little more about, for our understanding, about magnetic plasmatic packets for transmutation and what the difference is between magnetic and gravitational fields that are for the matter state?
Now, again, he's going to share with us here probably a 300-year overview of what the future will bring us, or what will create the future. And of course, he said when you do the transmutation, the books 1, 2, and 3 will apply. So we're going to keep reading them over the next few years or decades or centuries. There's a lot hidden in every paper, every workshop, every book. But it's just our lack of understanding that doesn't allow us to see it perhaps the first or second read. So we're going to continue to review the books and so on. I know he mentioned the maglev system. Something was similar to that, matter state to floating in the magnetic field, and then when the train comes to a halt. But he also mentioned that in book 1 on page 45 in the Kindle edition about the Japanese and the maglev system, magnetic levitation rail, I think they call it. But let's hear a little bit more about this question about how we'll travel and so on. So this is a layout of reaching the inner solar system, which he calls, and then he said we'd have to transmute to go across other parts of this galaxy, and then of course to jump universes. This is another understanding, but he hopes to teach this, he said, before he takes his last breath on this planet.
The plasmatic packaging is already been tested by Keshe Foundation. This is where partially we use you traveling to lens for us to develop it further, and partially in us developing other technologies which run in parallel, and many of you have participated in the Friday sessions we run in the past few months. In plasma packaging, the physicality doesn't come into line of operation. Plasma packaging, in a way, you travel on the line of the fields of the universe, and is to do to the newer space development technology. The magnetic field and gravitational field is very much on the line of the matter state transportation, which means you get attracted, you create a field to get attracted, or you create fields to be rejected from a position. Packaging is to do with the transmutation, the magnetic positioning, gravitational and magnetic field is to do with the matter state transportation. And even though you do the same thing, one is done in a way with the donkey and one is done with the jumbo jet. And the difference in understanding it is, according to a certain teaching of today, in how much you understand about technology and what you want to apply. There is for sure, there can be no control on transmutation. If the knowledge is learned how to transmute, no government can control you. No race in the universe can control you. The way nobody can decide what you dream tonight. Because it's not a dream, it's actually your soul who traveled this part of the universe. You didn't have no passports, no taxation, no permission, you had needed no visa to go. Where in the dimension of magnetic technology, in terms of gravitational magnetic field technology, you will find governments, because it's physical, or people who think they are governing will bring limitations on who can come, who can go, and the rest of it. The beauty with this technology is the balance of the wealth across the human race. We will not see the extremes of poverty, and we will not see the extremes of wealth, even though there will be a different balance of. Part of it will be done through the technology, and part of it will be done by governments or organizations, for not to get the things reversed back to worse than what it was. One of the biggest problems has been, in my talks with many governments in the past years, is that opening the Keshe Foundation in technology, supporting it done, will bring chaos to the colonizing countries. You've seen the refugees of Ukraine. You've seen the refugees of Syria. You've seen the refugees of Libya. You've seen the Iranian refugees. We've seen refugees from Vietnam War in past 50, 60 years. How many millions have moved, displaced, moved for a better life? If you put, according to the United Nations, the total refugees of the present time for the past 60 years together, once this technology released, this will be a peanut into what people will move, and move rapidly. One of the reasons that technology is so much objected and blocked and everything else by so many governments is that bringing this technology today in open, that's why we are teaching it for you to do, and for you to teach the others, is just put how many hungry people in third world countries who they became third world country because of the debts to the colonizing countries will move to the countries which they colonized them. I don't think you find a single room empty anywhere in the United States or England or France or Germany. It'll be populated. People will sell tickets up on the mobile phone. We can send you to London to live in such and such a place. You don't need to pay no rent and nothing, and everything is there. These are the realities. The way you come to us, the way you came to us and you went to Moon and Mars, the way you came and you changed your pH in your body, very soon, once this technology understood and become free, it will become an app technology, which means people can send you anywhere in the world with buying a ticket on the app. Because all they need to do is to deliver the energy through your headphone, the way we do. Then, is there any border? Then, do you still see an African living in a what I call a hut, than the luxury apartments in New York, Tokyo, and Washington? Now you understand why there is such a huge opposition to Keshe Foundation work. They can delay it a few years, but they cannot stop it. So it comes to the point when you have access to the plasma technology, plasma packaging, would you like to live on this planet, which is so full of so much abuse, than to go and start your own little village colony on the planet or somewhere where you feel good? Extended the village, not up the hill, but up to the next galaxy and next other place where you feel good with it. These are the realities, but how fast they'll come to it is not that technology, and the technology is there, is how you knowledge seekers jump out of this city making answers and playing Maghreb game and actually get on with the real knowledge development of the technology in dimension of the expander and solar or the magnetic field expansion. And that's the difference.
And if you think he didn't say silly GANs making, which again, to me, and this Magrav playing, let's go to see if we can see it in the transcript. These are the realities, but how fast they'll come to it is not that knowledge and the technology is there. It's how you knowledge seekers jump out of this silly making GANs and playing Magrav game and actually get on with the real knowledge development of the technology in the dimension of the expansion of the soul, the magnetic field and expansion. And that's the difference. Any other question? And I know he said this before, but at the same time, we're still using Ganses and making Ganses and distributing Ganses in the Dome of Peace. And that's where we're going to go right now. Creating this Dome of Peace through our souls, but also through the work of the Ganses. Why he would say silly Gans making. And I know in the past he said this was just a gimmick to get us to understand the transfer of energy in a way. But we're quite enamored with it. But again, this is the interaction of plasma in the matter state, which he said the future teachings are mostly going to be about transmutation. The gift that Christ showed us, the gift we all missed, but now we haven't missed it anymore. And I think we have a smell for it, or we're on the track of it in a way to reach this. And as he said, if you learn this, there's no race in the universe, nothing that can control you. You're a total free bird where you can move and change at any time and any position you'd like. So this is the gift of the knowledge of the Creator, I believe. Any thoughts about this? Hopefully it's not too deep. Again, I don't know how to do it exactly, but I know we can learn it. And we are doing it when we dream. We're just going to be able to do it in the conscious level, where we can ride our soul across this universe, or the soul of physicality can work together with the soul of the man and change positions and shapes and dimensions. So it's quite, again, we're just the frontiersmen in a way. But our souls have brought us here for a purpose, and that purpose is to learn and understand this technology or the work of the soul, and then share it with the others. And as more and more of this comes out, I think it will be quite apparent and quite easy, especially when they see some of the medical successes and so on in the different sessions. And I know there's other trials going on in the background with fibromyalgia and Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, where they've taken 100 people. We haven't seen some of the results there, but these will be brought out front and center, I think. And many people's families are touched by these conditions, or themselves would like to be relieved of this. And so these fields, working through the soul will create that balance that's needed, or put things back into position where they belong. So this is where science meets the soul of the man. And it's for all of us, every soul on this planet and every soul across the universe, as the creator is remodeling or unifying in a way the creation. If no one has any questions, we'll go to the Dome of Peace, which we've all been working for. And again, we cannot, reaching a position of peace is just the beginning of exploring the universe. Again, in a peaceful manner, not taking arms or conquering planets, or we're going to put our flag here. The only flag that should be hoisted would be the flag of peace, as I understand it. And that there'll be none of this. And if there is, it'll lead to your, again, being put in a desert or returned back from where you came from until you understand more. And then you'll be able to work in a peaceful manner with all the creatures of the universe and every creature on this planet as well. So let's go to our Dome of Peace. And of course, let's see, I'm just looking for this invitation here. Every day at about this time, and doesn't matter where you are, it's 9 p.m. CET or CEST, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. For the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. This meeting is not on Telegram or is not on Zoom. It's just ask your soul to remind you, and if you'd like to give from your soul in this unification, if you just want to take 1 nanosecond and build from there, you can. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, all depends. But ask your soul to remind you. And if you're busy, the soul will carry on the work on its own. And interestingly enough, I don't always remember, but many times it's just a few minutes before 3, and that thought comes into my mind that it's time to unify and add to the elevation of the knowledge seekers, the soul of this planet, the world leaders, the world religious leaders, and the rest. So you're all welcome. There's no conditions. We're not judging a man, and we're not judging a soul. Oops, I think I lost something there. Let's see if we can go back to this. So this is the first step in the creation of the Dome of Peace. I think we're all familiar with it. This is just a little video Gianni had shared with us. And again, this is a Dome of Peace in a much larger. I don't think they're plasmatizing a field. This looks sort of out in the open, but they have it connected to a pool with some GANS water and GANS in the pool. But this is quite, we're just using most of the time spray bottles or bigger pumper bottles. But this is just 12 seconds. And I think we have one more of these. And of course, the plasma knows where to go, and it knows what to do to bring a balance. And again, this is just a electric spray, and it's connected to probably a couple 100-gallon pool. And here's another one of a similar video.
Rociar con plasma para el Domo de la Paz. Wow, maravilloso, magnífico.
And of course, Mr. Keshe has mentioned a couple times this that China's been doing this for years and years, dumping it in the plasma water into the fountains and the rivers and the lakes and the streams and different things. And he sort of jokingly says, this is how you take over a planet. this is one of the ways, I think, to create this balance and peace within the soul of this planet, peace within ourselves, peace within the other creations on this planet, and peace with the universal community. So we're looking forward to a lot of peace in our lives and balance. And again, it all starts with you. I think bringing peace to the planet without peace within yourself, you have no peace at all. The peace comes starting within yourself, and then it sort of explodes. As Mr. Keshe said, the plasma explodes from the inside out. So you find peace and balance within yourself, you can bring it to others, and you can bring it across the universe. But this is the ethos of the Keshe Foundation that we're learning. So this is the first step in creating the peace tone, is to release, to create and release plasma water. And again, it can be anywhere at any time. It doesn't necessarily have to be on Sunday, but this is the day we do it collectively. And there's a reason for that. Apparently, collectively, we are stronger together. So let's just hear this. Oops, let's bring up the volume a little bit.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Again, you're all welcome to participate in this. If you're not sure how to make a GANs, that's easily found on the Keshe Wiki. And of course, you just take the plasma water, and it has an intelligence designed within it that it finds a way to create balance. Maybe not instantaneously at every time, as we said, this has been going on in China for a number of years. And you're creating little domes of peace, which link up together in a way. And it also creates connections for the wellness center. It's something for our physicality to participate in, since we're so physical. This was the first step Mr. Keshe asked us in creating the Dome of Peace. And I'm sure it's linking to Linz and the others. And it's touching every creation on this planet, even though we say, well, we just sprayed a liter of it or a gallon of it or 100 gallons of it. How could that reach the entire planet? But these ganses, these magnetic fields are all linking up together to create this structure and the Dome of Peace. And as it says here, to bring peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. And Mr. Keshe has mentioned a number of times that if we did release the technology without the elevation of the soul of the man to a peaceful condition, that within a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, we'd revert right back to the same killing and eating each other and warring and so on. So this is why it's important for the elevation of the soul of the man, not only the release of the technology. One without the other apparently is futile. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. And this is something we can do with our own universal unit or our own reactors. And I think this is the way, as he said, we're not going to teach much in the interactions in the matter state. It's all going to go into the transmutation. So just so you know, this is what the future teachings, many of them, will be about.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anyone? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MK Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, and isn't that what we're learning in Wellness Through the Soul, is to bring the change through the energies of the soul to ourselves, to others, and so on, that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So we're learning about this power of the soul, and as I said earlier, try not to become arrogant in the power you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So we don't want to test that. Let's remain humble and try not to become arrogant in the knowledge we understand and we possess. We all possess. You all possess it, even though we may not have fully tapped into it. It's within every creature. Again, from the mosquito to the lion, to us, to the plants, and to the trees. And maybe some of them are learning more than we are, as we've seen with the vertical people. So let's take 5 minutes now and exercise this power that's within you to bring about a change in the structure of this planet. Oops. Here. Sorry, just trying to get to the right location. Here we are. We're going to take 5 minutes of silence. And again, you don't have to always do it with us. You can join the 9 p.m. sessions. You can do it on your own, and don't just do it once in a while. Do it all the time. Whenever a world leader, religious leader, you see a picture of them in your mind, a thought comes, give to them. It's the whole idea of giving. The same way when you made your first MagRab and you gave it away. This is learning this ability to give. And that MagRab could have taken you a week or weeks to put together and to test and to play with, but it's instilling in us this ability to give. And this is the important part, not so much taking, even though we're so prone to that, because this was the souls that are within us from our ancestors and even ourselves, that we always thought we need enough. We need to take even more than we need to make sure we have enough. But this is the wrong way of looking at it, and we need to trust our souls that the soul will provide whatever position we're in. And maybe that's easy for me to say in my position, but this is the understanding of the foundation. Okay, so we're going to take 5 minutes. Anyone want to say anything about this process? Okay, let's take 5 minutes and just collectively give from our souls to bring about the change. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well. So we're all on a learning curve, and that curve is getting a little steeper and steeper as we move forward in the weeks, months, and years to come. So we can start now. And thank you again for all joining in this process. And it's all about work through the soul, whether it's for wellness of yourself or someone else, whether it's for feeding, whether it's for bringing change to the world leaders, the religious leaders. We're more effective together and collectively and giving in this field dimension without any physicality than if we wrote 1,000 letters to every world leader of every country on this planet and every religious leader. This is what we're understanding about giving through the soul. Again, whether it's for our own wellness, for our own elevation, or for the elevation of our dog, our fish, the neighbor, the world leaders, and so on. This is the work of the Universal Council. This is the work of all of us to learn this process and to continue this process. And it's so easy working with the plasma in this way, rather than physically go out and mail 1,000 letters and all the rest that goes with it, that they never really reach their destination. So this is how we can effectively, again, it can be applied and it should be applied in our everyday lives, whether it's the boss at work, the neighbor who's throwing something on our property, or their dog is barking all night long. We give from our souls to bring the change. And this is the way we're learning to operate, rather than, start yelling and doing all these other things with the physicality to bring the change. That's just, to me, as I understand it now, it's quite counterproductive. Sometimes it'll work, but the work through the soul is the important aspect of this. And even just realizing we can work through the soul, which is, again, sort of foreign to many of us. We've never really worked intensively this way, but this is what we're learning to do. So that's the end of this session. We concluded right around 3-ish. And I think Alex is ready to come in with his new system, and thank the Brazilian team for that beautiful video on the teeth and the dissolving of stones and so on. We want to welcome Alex, and I can play the disclaimer now. I think we like to do that just to provide another layer of disclaimer, let's say. We'll just turn this down a little bit, and then Alex will come in shortly.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Alex, I muted your mic. Okay, you've reopened it. Thank you. And now let's welcome Alex as he's prepared another teaching on a new system, maybe new information. I don't know what he has lined up for us today, but it's always exciting, provocative, and helping us to explore more of this world of the plasma and the matter state. So thank you, Alex, for joining us today. And please take the screen. I see you have. And we're just waiting for your screen sharing to come through. I'm just seeing you've started the screen sharing. We're just waiting for it to come through. So thank you again. Beautiful video that was created there. Again, it's beyond the imagination of most dentists that a tooth can be regrown. But in those pictures, we've certainly seen how the enamel is actually growing around the tooth that was decayed. And as Mr. Keshe said, we don't know if a full tooth will be grown or partial tooth. But again, it's all developing this for apps later on. I would imagine there'll be a dental app, won't there? Alex, are you able to hear me? I see your mic is open. Your screen sharing is still waiting to come through. It does say you are sharing the screen, but we don't see a picture yet, and we're not hearing your voice. Check your volume, perhaps. I know you said you had started to set up a new system. Okay, I think Alex has dropped out. Let me take the screen back just for a moment. And let's let Alex come back in. I think he's just coming in. Alex? See, while we're waiting for Alex to join us, I was wondering, I see Misty, you're here. And I had gotten a message from you last week, but apparently that wasn't actually you. I had talked to and she had gotten a very similar message about needing help. Was that you, Misty, if you're near your microphone?
I'm here, and that was not me. Somebody had taken over my account. Yes, and I can't seem to get back into it, so ignore me. And I can't shut it down. I sent messages and can't get a response, unfortunately.
There's some way, I think Ying, maybe you want to contact Ying. Her account was compromised and she was able to reset it up. But yes, a message came in, are you free? I said yes, and then it said, could you do me a favor? And I said, perhaps. And then they said something else, and I said, this sounds like a hack, bye-bye. And then I got a smiley face and the whole thing shut down and disappeared. So I was aware of that, but yeah, apparently there's some people trying to get into other people's accounts and cause little disturbances in the background and so on. But there is a way to get back in it. Perhaps Ed knows, or I know Ying was able to reestablish, but it's, again, it causes a lot of irritation, but I'm glad I avoided that. But I was saying,
I'm glad you did too, because the person speaking to the other people, because I had multiple calls from people and they were like, what's going on? And they were being very rude to them, and they knew it wasn't me. So
right. Yeah, so just to let everyone know and be aware that there are people who want to cause interference in the background. As Mr. Keshe said, with the government of Belgium, they're still hard at work in it. We're not afraid of it. And Mr. Keshe said we've moved on from the Belgians, which will get absorbed back from where they came from, I guess, wherever that would be, part of Europe or so on. But yeah, I wanted to ask you, but I wasn't sure. At first I thought it was, but then I said, gee, I haven't heard from Misty in a while. And this sounds like one of those situations. So maybe the soul informed me, be careful or something, but
I hope so. Yeah. And
we'll
thank you for bringing it up for everybody. Yes, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. So everyone be aware on, it seemed to only happen on the Telegram. I don't think it happened in Zoom, and I thought Telegram was much more secure, but again, there's many different routes, I guess, that you can go and get into these. Okay, let's see what's happening. Alex, are you possibly there on one of your other systems? I think you had 3 systems connected, and probably the one that he wants to use is the one that's giving him trouble. The other 2 are still connected. Alex? Okay, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to pause the recording. It should say recording in progress.
Okay. My system is showing that you've never stopped the recording. So, but anyway, so let's just.
I think I paused the recording on my system, Alex, but I wasn't able to pause your system or any of the others that were recording.
Okay, well, that explains everything.
Okay.
Okay, so you
We're
can
back
hear
in
me?
record. Yes, please
You can
continue.
hear me, you
Sorry
can
for
see
the
this?
interruption.
No, it's fine. Everything was working so perfectly. I was absolutely amazed. And then the moment we did the screen share, and boom, it froze. So welcome everybody. This is the Keshe Foundation North America team meeting, and I'm really glad that you're all here and putting up with our technical glitches. It's a Sunday afternoon. It's a beautiful day. And the fact of the matter is that all of the members who are showing up today are what makes this meeting strong, because it transcends the North American continent. We're broadcasting right around the world, and I really appreciate all of you being here. We're talking about the teachings of Marin Teva Keshe and all the items that he's outlined in books number 1, 2, and 3. And we've begun a new program. And this program is a review series. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. Today we will review the Intermediate Plasma Teaching Series. My name is Alexandra. I'm from Canada. It is July the 9th, 2023. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We are in the post-June 6, 2022 era. We're already past our first anniversary, and we now have the capability of making choices, and a lot of people are distraught because they don't have the capability of making choices. But we now understand that there are different places and different spaces, and so what we're bringing together is the science of our Earth space and the science of outer space as it comes to commingle with our inner space, and understanding that our inner space is ours. It also is part of the Earth's, and the sun, the solar system, and the universal community. And to help us understand this, we are continuing on a series that we started December 16th, 2022. And we've begun with these soul sessions. And now in July, we will have 4 sessions coming up. We call them the Wellness Through this Work of the Soul. And this is a continuation of the work that we've done to implement the security that is related to food, energy, and the internet. Because what we're able to do now is to reconnect the souls. And we're able to do this on a remote basis. And this is a breakthrough technology. And as such, we've been working with Rick Crammond. He's done 281 One Nation, One Planet, One Race public teachings in English for world peace. And the reason for that is obvious. We're trying to transcend the limitations of the cluster of warmongers. And it becomes our responsibility the Earth is our responsibility. And it's our responsibility to help each and every one of us understand the new technology. And Mr. Keshe has done his part. He's brought together book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. Book number 2, The Structure of the Light. Book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And so here we are. we're driving down the plasma highway, still searching for outer space. And the key to this is there is no speed limit, but it reflects the embodiment of our little piece of pie in the sky. And it's our embodiment, and it's our pie. And that's where the responsibility starts. And we don't need any intermediaries to tell us what we need to know. Because the knowledge is already being shared. We were born with that knowledge. And as such, life has a purpose. And so we started with the impetus that was generated from the Brazilian community, one of the powerful groups led by Raphael. And on October 14th of 2020, we started with the basic plasma teaching. And there were two reasons for that. One was to try and summarize all the thousands of hours of teaching into something that was a little bit more bite-sized, to provide a welcome mat for new knowledge seekers, and also to help mature knowledge seekers to somehow coherently introduce the subject to new knowledge seekers. We've been doing this for well over a decade. And so there are thousands of hours of teaching, and how do you convey that? So we had to stop with the classes here because we only represent a very small percentage of the world's population. And the first stage is for them to wake. And then once they wake, then it's for them to understand. And they need help, just like we needed help. And for the most of us, we helped ourselves by investing the time. And this is an important issue. And so today we're going to continue on the teaching side. We're going to discuss the intermediate plasma teaching and understand that we need more teachers. And so we're hopeful that this review will help more teachers have the kind of tools they need to help others. And it's not to say that this is, shall we say, the most relevant information. It's a tool. It's something to help people go through this, what we call plasma transition. So we started off, we had to learn about terminology. And we covered magnetical and gravitational force fields, natural plasma, nanostate, GaN state, and of course, order of magnitude. And this was important because we ran into a conflict in science where we like to think in straight lines, and we find that science doesn't work that way. It works in curves. And the only way that we can get into these curves is if we think outside of the box. So getting into the nanotechnology has put us outside the conventional box. And then from there, we move on into a new situation where we understand things that we don't see and understand these forces and how these forces can come together. And the reason they come together is because there's energy in motion called PM ticks, and they follow this curved path. And it's hard to explain. But basically, there are forces of attraction that bring these PM ticks together. There's certain conditions, and when they come together, they create a force field. And so we see the X and the Y axis coming together in the form of a positive energy containment. And we can understand this because when we look at our cells, we see that our cells in our bodies have boundaries. And so there's an inside of the cell and there's an outside of the cell. And so we understand that the inside is gravitational and the outside is magnetical. But the cells aren't a two-dimensional flat picture. They are three-dimensional. And so they have an X, Y, and a Z axis. And they have these fields that go around. And so these fields that go around are what we call transmission fields. And this is very important to understand, because when you look at your cell, there's no door. Somehow the food has to come in and the waste has to go out. Somehow the energy has to go in. And somehow there has to be something as a result of that to allow the cell to grow, to multiply, and to repair itself. And let's not forget the most important thing, to function properly. And so it's a good thing that all the parts of the cell boundary communicate with each other through this transmission process. But today we're going to discuss transition, because that involves polarity along the y-axis. And as you can see, there's more terminology that we need to become familiar with. And going back to our cell, then the answer, how does the energy inside communicate with the energy outside? And where exactly is that door? And so if we're looking for a physical door, we can imagine one, but there's no accounting for choosing which door, because all the doors are the same. All of these doors are made with phospholipids, which are in the advanced stage of creation from the fundamental amino acids we talked about. So which door is it that opens? And if they open and close, how long do they stay open? How long do they stay closed? And which one opens? And are you aware when each one opens? And since you have over 70 trillion cells in your body, that's a lot of doors to take care of. And so do you have the energy to do that? Well, some of us have difficulty just even getting up out of bed. So it's quite a relief to know that the body is taking care of business. But the point being is that energy has to move across this boundary, and it does it through transition. And so interestingly enough, we can see in nature how this works when the sun comes up in the morning, and then it shines brightly at noon, and then it sets in the evening. And so the flowers grow above the ground. What happens at night? There's no light at night. Does it stop growing? Well, no, we find that the roots grow at night. And that's normal because the roots are in the ground. And so they don't see the sunlight anyway. Does that mean the roots stop growing in the daytime? Does it mean that the leaves stop growing at the nighttime? And when we look at how the sun comes up, and it's in the red frequency, and at noon it's in the blue frequency, and then in the evening it's in the red frequency, and at night it's in no frequency. So what happens through all of these changes? And how is this energy transitioned from the sun to the earth and to the plants? And they seem to have this well organized. And so they respond accordingly. So we see there's a shift in the energy from morning to evening. And it's the way the sun travels through the sky, and apparently rises in the east and sets in the west. but we see this radical change in frequency. And what that signals to the plant, of course, is that in the morning, turn on the energy receptors above ground. At noon, open up totally to receive everything. And in the evening, turn off and get ready for the nighttime when there's no energy. But the thing is, this is all connected to the earth. So even though there's no sun at night, the sun is still shining on the earth. It's just on the other side. And just because you can't see it doesn't mean the sun is not shining. And this becomes a very important point. To understand that the sun is giving always, unconditionally, day and night. And so we have a system where we get to choose the type of energy that we receive. But 24 hours a day, we're receiving energy. And so that energy is coming in. And then you have to wonder, well, which door is it coming in through? Or which window? Or is energy transitioning without the need to have physical boundaries? And so this is exactly what we see. We see that this energy comes in plasmatically. And so we have to have a relationship between the ground and the sky. And so we look at the ground as being gravitational and the top of the plant as being magnetical. And since opposites attract, then what's going on in the ground? Because as far as the roots are concerned, and we know the roots are connected to the plant, so it just seems that, are the roots operating the same way? Where the roots deep in the ground are gravitational, and then they become magnetical to connect to the gravitational base of the plant to become magnetical at the flower. Well, actually, that's not working. Because the roots are growing from the center into the ground, and the plant is growing from the center into the sky. So how do we resolve this anomaly? So when we look at the planes by axis, we say we have an x-axis. Well, that's a transmission, that's a rotating field around the planet. When we look at the y-axis, that's a transition polar plane. Comes out the North Pole and into the South Pole. And so that's as far as we've gone so far. We're looking at the x and the y-axis. So we see that there's an interaction. It's a plasmatic interaction. And because we're thinking outside the box, now we have to look at the curvature of energy and its exchange, which explains the infinity loop and how all things are working in combination. And so we find that the magnetical force fields are pushing and the gravitational force fields are pulling. And the two work together in a balanced condition, which we call a Maggrav condition. And that Maggrav condition is in a balance, but it has no explanation as to why the plant grows. There's nothing that says change. It just explains how it is. So something else is going on, something that is not seen. And so when we look at these magnetical field for half of this picture and look at these as circular magnets, we see that the two magnets on the left repel each other. There's a gap. So there's some kind of force field in there that is forcing this gap. And by flipping the magnet, we overcome this force of the repulsion, and it converts to attraction. This is easy to understand. You just flip the magnet over, and at one point you've got a gap, at another point they're basically kissing each other. But the thing is that if you remove these magnets, you remove this effect. And so now what we've established is a physical characteristic of the magnetical field forces. The point being that if these magnets are now represented by force fields in a plasmatic state, and you have two force fields that are alike, they will repel each other. And then if you have two force fields that are opposite, they will attract to each other. And if you remove the reactor, the force fields will remain. So this becomes a characteristic of the plasma magnetical force fields. So in the physicality, if you remove the magnet, you remove the field. In a plasmatic reality, if you remove the reactor, the field remains. So if we want to see these fields, we have to imagine them. And we have to imagine how these energies come in and how energies go from one field to another field. And if we understand that light travels and light has a frequency, and so the red frequency is the slowest frequency, the blue frequency is the highest frequency. And so a lot of people think that light will slow down as it goes through a more dense medium. And that is false. The speed of light is constant. The density is not constant. And so what you find is that the closer you get to the core, the higher the frequency, which is why the blue is gravitational and the red is magnetical. And since these force fields are identical, they're both rotating in the same direction. And because at the point where they meet, they are converging, they get a little bit of a friction. And it's that friction that pushes them apart. And so you get this gap when you do repulsion. So that's what you see in the top view. And in the side view, you can see that they both are North Pole up. So by flipping one of the magnets, now what you've done is they're rotating in opposite directions. And so the force field at the point where they meet is in the same direction. And now the blue light has to cross over. And so does the green light, and so does the red light. And it's this crossing over which creates this attraction. And in the side view, you can see that the top poles are opposite. So when they have to be a charge, and you don't know which charge it is, but let's say it's negative up. Let's say you're looking from the top down and you're looking at the negative on each magnet. and you try and push them together as close as you can, and you find that there's this force field of repulsion prevents you from doing that. So now we know that there is a field in there. And because these magnets are physically present, that field is physically present, although we can't see it. And there's a gap. And interestingly enough, we can put a fourth round magnet in the center and make sure that it's flipped over, and the position of the other three magnets won't change. But there were three force field interactions between the three magnets. And we've now condensed those three into one positive field in the center, and makes it look like a star formation. So by changing the pattern here, we have increased the positive force by threefold. And so that at the core is gravitational, and the negative magnets on the outside are magnetical. And so when we have two magnets together, or two plasma fields together of the same charge, they repel. And so now we understand that we can flip these magnets. And I hope no one got hurt while we were flipping those magnets. Before we go further, let's just review energy parceling units as it relates to water. We understand that water has a chemistry H2O, which stands for 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. So we know that the hydrogen is magnetic and the oxygen is gravitational based on its mass. But this is in a balanced situation, and a balanced situation is a maggraph. And as such, a water droplet is round. But there's an anomaly here. The hydrogen is nowhere near as strong as the oxygen. And even a 2 hydrogens is nowhere near as strong as an oxygen, yet they're in balance. That's an anomaly. Water is nature's solvent, and it's what creates life. And it is quite happy to give off its hydrogen. And it'll give off 1 hydrogen and leave a hydroxyl. And to give this hydrogen, it basically gets knocked right off. It's just like you click with your finger and knock off this hydrogen. We don't know where it goes, and the energy is always positive. And because you've now removed the positive, it means the hydroxyl itself is negative. It's no longer in balance. Well, it didn't seem to be in balance in the first place, because now you only have the 1 hydrogen trying to balance off the 1 big fat oxygen. And so this hydroxyl is now looking for a partner. And so when we look at the mass of that hydroxyl, we see the hydrogen is 1 and the oxygen is 8 times. That's a lot. And we remember the plasma rule, where the higher feeds the weaker. So the oxygen being higher is gravitational. The hydrogen being weaker is magnetical. But it's giving, the oxygen is giving the energy to the hydrogen. And yet it's in balance. It's in a maggraph condition. When we showed you the picture of the 3 magnets repelling each other, they had a gap But what happens if we force that gap? And we said, you know, we're going to create an attraction here, and we're going to force it all together. So we know that if we bring two magnets together that are opposite, they will attract. So these top two magnets, one's positive, one's negative. The third magnet is either positive or negative. There is no third choice. So what happens to it? Is it positive or is it negative? Well, it kind of sits on the fence, doesn't it? And so it kind of flips perpendicular to accommodate the other two magnets. And so if we go back to the hydroxyl, we have to understand that somehow, some way, the oxygen can't just keep giving, it has to get energy back in order to be in a balance. But since the oxygen is giving to the hydrogen can't give back to the oxygen on the same path. So quite literally, we have to kind of flip things maybe 90 degrees so that we can accommodate the two of them. So that the oxygen can give and the hydrogen can give back. And so if we want to completely convert the repulsion to attraction, we have to completely flip the pole. So the two opposite poles attract each other. And again, I hope in the process of flipping these poles, no one got hurt. But the thing is, remember with the plant, the gravitational and the magnetical had to come together, but we know that the roots are attached to the plant. So there's something else unseen, because when we flip the poles over, the North Pole is magnetical and the South Pole is magnetical. And in the core, it's gravitational, but similar poles repel. So there's something else at the core. And so we introduce the soul. And so now this makes more sense. With the plasma soul at the center, and you have the two gravitational field forces rotating around the core, and then you have the magnetical field rotating around the outside. But then you have an interesting thing. You have all these other rotating fields. And they all seem to be rotating in different directions. So we have to figure things out here. So let's look at some plasma rules here. We say the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. So that's 10 times. And the higher feeds the lower. So we discussed that. But we can also change energy states. And so each energy state will manifest. But if it manifests as a higher energy, it's creation. And if it manifests as a lower energy, it's decay. If it doesn't change its state, it's catalytic or non-consuming. So to go from state to state, there has to be a transfer state. And that transfer state also has a rate of change. And it's higher in the higher plasma states. And it's higher by also many orders of magnitude. So what governs all this? It's this plasma energy exchange, this plasma transition, which is bound to the ethos of the universe. And that's what we're talking about. So the plasma rule is the higher feeds the weaker. So the gravitational is the taker and the magnetical is the giver. But if the gravitational is feeding the magnetical, then that makes the gravitational the giver. So now comes your point of view. Are you looking at it from inside the plasma field, or are you addressing that field? Because that field, in order to maintain its maggrav position, has to have a gravitational domination. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. And in order to maintain that gravitational position, it has to take energy. In order to be in balance, it has to give energy. So the truth is that the gravitational giving gives to the magnetical, but the magnetical of that field does not give to the gravitational in that field in its totality, but it shares it. Well, who does it share it with? Well, some of it shares with the gravitational field in order to maintain its maggrav condition. Some of it shares with its environment, because wherever you are, you're somewhere. And some of it shares with another field that is similar to this field. And so there's no accounting for the giving. We haven't decided who we're going to give to. What we have to decide is that we're going to give. Because if we don't give, we can't receive. And that's the rule. So when we look at the creation of the universe and how it was created, it exists from energy. And this was discussed in the book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And so energy is always positive, and energy is always in motion. So energy always has a charge to identify the motion. And if you have motion, then you have to go somewhere. And so we now know that we can stay in the same energy level. We can interact with an adjoining environment. We can interact with another field. And we can do this through various energy fields and various energy states. And so we understand that we can see the moon and the planets and the sun. And we also understand that between here and there is a vacuum. And most people would say that a vacuum is empty. But if this energy can travel from here to the moon, and you see the moon, or if it can travel from here to the sun, or if it can travel from the sun to here, then the vacuum is not empty. It's full of principal matter. And this principal matter is a charge. It's energy in motion. And this is the plasma field transaction currency. Energy is a plasma fuel. And so we have been discussing the charge as energy in motion, and there's been no accounting for that. So we had to learn some more terms, and the most important one is susceptibility. And so what exactly is susceptibility? Well, when we look at these ganses in the bottle, and we see that the bottle is transparent because we can see the gans inside, but the gans is also physical because we can see that as well. But then there's a hole in the gans, and we can't see what's in there. In fact, we don't see anything in there. We see right through to the other side. So it's either something, it's a bottle, or it's a gans, or it's a hole in the gans. And what about the water? Oh, and what about the air? So what is it? What is it that you're looking at? And how come you're looking at all of these different things? And then, of course, the bottle is sitting on a table and it's somewhere. So something is always something. You can't say that nothing is something. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something. But it's something as opposed to being something else. And what determines that? Well, the susceptibility. And so we have to understand as part of our learning why something would want to be something as opposed to being something else. And it's bad enough to know about different energy states, but when we look at the daisy in its physicality, well, we have this yellow core in the center of hexagonal forms, and then we have this white ring around of white petals, and this is all in physicality. And I say, well, how can the daisy have these two different fields and still be a daisy? How is that possible? And look how well organized the center is and how well organized the petals are. I'm sure if you and I were trying to do this, we'd probably end up with a lot of orange and yellow flecks all over the white petals. It wouldn't have been such a beautiful job. Daisies seem to do that without any problem, and it's all part of their protein building. So how did they do this? So we have to understand that this is a natural process and is part of natural plasma, and it all comes from principal matter. So the convergence of this principal matter is the bring together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter, and understanding that there's two matters. And also to understand that we're talking about plasma transition of energy. And this plasma energy is counter-entropic. It's like the sun. It gives, but it doesn't lose energy. And so when we look at the matter plasma, we have to understand that there's a physical state and a plasmatic state. And so there's a small m matter state, which is physical, and a capital M matter state, which is plasmatic. And in the physical, you can touch it and see it. But in the plasmatic sense, you can't touch it and see it, but you definitely can sense it. You know when it's there. Just like the hole in the gans, you know, something's going on. So when someone asks you, well, what is plasma? Tell them it's a kind of energy state. And so it could be a matter state, it could be a gans state, it could be a plasmagen state, or it could be a radiance kind of energy state. These are all different energy states with all different field strengths. It all depends on your point of view. And so all of these together help us understand our Earth space, because what we have to find is our inner space. And It's not just our inner space. We have to understand that the earth space has an inner space as well. And so when those things work together as a plasma, and if we understand this, then we will be successful in our search for outer space. This becomes one of the most important things in our life. In fact, it is the most important thing. And if that is not important, then nothing is important. So when we look at these different energy states and we sort them out, and we see that each one is by an order of magnitude stronger. So we go from the small m matter state to the capital M matter state to the nano state, GAN state, plasma state. But in between, there's this transfer state. And it's these transfer states that allow us to share this energy. But as we said, in the lower states, the transfer state is lower as well by orders of magnitude. So we find that heat and electricity are the lowest energy transfer states. So for those who are debating the merits of internal combustion vehicles and electric vehicles, will understand that what you're debating is on the lowest energy transfer state. And we already know that the nuclear physics is in a higher state, and the plasma physics is higher than that. And yes, we've graduated beyond that into the dynamic plasma and the interactive energy transfer states. But as we've seen by the anomaly, what happened is we've got our magnetical gravitational fields upside down. So we have to flip the poles and understand that the higher energy state is gravitational, which now puts the gravitational field at the top, this plasma state. And this plasma state and this principal matter, which travels through the vacuum, is gravitational. And as such, it's giving. And it gives to the lower energy states, it gives to the GAN state and the nano state, the capital M state, and the small m state. And we find that the energy transfer state of heat and electricity is at the very bottom. It is the weakest state. And so when we draw energy, when we attract energy, this is important because it facilitates energy binding. Energy binding is gravitational. And for us to exist, this is important. It makes us self-serving, and that's important. But there's ways and means of drawing energy. And the way we're doing things on this planet, in the majority of cases, we're doing that at the expense of others. Understanding, of course, that these others are drawing energy from the expense of others. So it's the weakest drawing energy from the other weakest. It doesn't make any sense because what we do with that is we stop the energy flow. So if we want to have this energy flow, we have to be self-serving and draw energy in. But we have to do this at the enhancement of others, because that makes our community stronger. And when you're part of a stronger community, that makes you stronger. So those who want to be stronger need to understand this. And so we see that one of the limits to that is the speed of light. Speed of light is constant and the speed of light is limited. And there's a relationship between the speed of light and the energy and mass. So the point being here is that there's no accounting for change in energy and a change in mass if the light is constant. Because we can play around with the equation and we can see that the speed of light equals energy divided by mass. Well, if the speed of light is constant, then the relationship between energy and mass is also constant. So why would energy increase? Or why would mass change? And so you see that the energy coming from the universe abides by the rule of the ethics and ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, courage. And these are all factors that come together in the star formation we know as creation. And so we have to transcend that. And we did that, all of us, as plasma scientists, when we made the cups of life. And we found that we took physical matter and we created energy states of higher field strength, not only involved physical strength, but emotional strength as well. And so the first lesson, of course, was to learn the relationship between the atomic structure and the monatomic structure, where the monatomic structure represented the nanostate. And the way that the nanostate was changed was different from the atomic state. And as a result, it was many orders of magnitude stronger. And we used that, we created oil, and the three of them together in a cup with salt water created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And we created several cups. And just by changing the components, we created an emotional cup and a physical cup. And together, these cups created a field, gravitational at the core and a magnetical field around, and they acted as one cup, the cups of man. So we had to introduce a new type of math, neutron math. Because we had many man-made barriers to the knowledge of Creator. So interestingly enough, light has mass. And when we look at the periodic table of elements, each element has a mass. And ironically, religions conduct mass. And this is where spirituality adds to the mass confusion of this neutron math. Because when you look at the periodic table of elements, you don't need to be a mathematics scholar to realize that if oxygen has a mass that's 16 times greater than hydrogen, and if the hydrogen mass is 1 and a bit, 16 times 1 and a bit is 16 plus a bit. So how does the mass of oxygen end up being 16 minus a bit? It doesn't add up. Someone is getting shortchanged here. And it's all right, because unless you're a nuclear scientist, it doesn't much matter. But it does matter. It's all part of matter. And matter has mass, and it's affecting our life. And it becomes an important part of life, because just not understanding the relationship between hydrogen and oxygen, which is the fundamental components of water, which is nature's solvent, which is responsible for life on this planet. And from there, we can add the carbon and nitrogen and create the amino acids, which are the building blocks of life. Did we say this was important? And then we introduced copper and zinc, and we got this Gantt stuff. So where's this neutron? So inside the atom is a nucleus. And in the center of the nucleus is a gravitational plasmatic field. So this is where the neutron resides. Excuse me. So the neutron has this gravitational aspect, but it's related to its environment. In order to maintain that maggrav condition, it has to be its own maggrav. As a maggrav, it has its own self-contained gravitational field. And so we understand that a maggrav condition is a plasmatic condition that consists of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And the combination of those three creates this gravitational magnetical energy level balance, which we call a maggrav. And so what is the role of neutrons in a plasma state? Well, let's pick nanostate. So we say, okay, well, that's a kind of energy state, and it's a higher energy levels by at least an order of magnitude from the physical state, right? So therefore, the neutron itself, which exists in the physical state, in order for it to exist in the plasma state, has to enter this higher energy state. And even though it goes into this higher energy state, it has to maintain its gravitational state. So the gravitational state is now higher. It's a higher energy state. And as we've said, the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. Okay, well, higher than nanostate is the GaN state. So what is the neutron's role in the GaN state? Well, again, GaN state is a kind of energy state, and it's a higher energy state by an order of magnitude. Well, the neutron has to maintain its state, and it has to also enter a higher energy state. And that state has to be a gravitational energy state. And being a gravitational state, it's of a higher energy state. And so now it gets to feed lower energy states. Are you seeing the pattern here? So we see the difference between the magnets and the dynamic plasma reactors. So if we look at the neutron in its gravitational state as being at the core of the round magnet, and it has this magnetic field around it, which either repels or attracts. The key point was that in a magnetic situation, if we remove the magnet, the magnetic field disappears. But in a dynamic plasma reactor, which has a magnetical field that emits and absorbs, if we remove the reactor, the magnetical field remains. This is the difference between the physical reality and the plasma reality. So we know that the neutron is a dynamic plasma reactor, but it can divide into a proton and electron. But the proton and electron remain in combination. Well, where's the residual neutron magnetical field? That created the neutron and the electron combination, and we say, well, wait a second, that's hydrogen. And so the neutron is absent in hydrogen. And hydrogen is the only element in the periodic table of elements that doesn't have a neutron. So we find that the nature of the hydrogen and the nature of the proton-electron combination and the nature of PM ticks, which are principal matter, are basically all the same. They're a combination of different energy levels, matter energy, dark matter energy, and antimatter energy. And so this is the relationship of PM ticks and energy in respect to their matters. So now when we look at the principal matter, we see that as a parceling unit. And there's a force field interaction of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which creates this mag-grav condition. So let's review the structure. The neutron, it consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter, and it is a self-contained mag-grav. Okay, so that's the neutron taken care of. What about the electron? Well, it consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter and is a self-contained mag-grav. Is there an echo? What about the proton? Well, it consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter and is a self-contained mag-grav. Are you seeing the pattern here? There's a structure within a structure. So somehow we're doing a mass conversion. So there has to be a plasma conversion of energy into mass. So we all understand the sun and the solar field forces. We obviously understand the earth and the earth field forces. Those of you who are sitting in a chair, that chair should be on the ground. Those of you who don't understand this would be sitting on a chair on the ceiling. And the neutrons themselves are obviously additive because we can move from state to state. So based on the plasmatic interaction of these magnetical field forces, and understand that this has to take into account the environment. So when we look at the small m matter conversion, we find that there's a physical conversion of energy into matter state. And because the higher strength feeds the lower strength, in this process, neutrons decay. And it's the same thing. There's a plasmatic interaction of the gravitational magnetic field forces with respect to its environment. So that means that this conversion is conditional. It's an environmental conversion of energy into every other condition. So we can create elements, we can create molecules from the elements, and the neutrons may be additive or decayed. And this is all based on the respect to the environment. So now we have another pattern, which leads us to the new atomic math. Because in order to balance the equation, we have to redo the equation and see that the mass of the neutron equals. So we know it includes the proton mass and the electron mass. And we know that it comes together from the mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. But it also includes the mass of the PM ticks. And so now we have a balanced energy level. And the totality is achieved through the energy level balance and position. And that's the new atomic math. And so now we understand from there why the sun has a catalytic stability. And from that, we can grow things which we call natural creation, or we can create physicality, which we call natural decay. And because of this plasma feeding rule and how it works out, energy has to go both ways. There has to be a give and take. And so we introduce the soul rules. Because they have to balance things out. So we have to start looking beyond that little tiny red dot, which we call Earth space. It's part of our man's universe. And it's only a small component. and you see how vast the rest of the universe is, but that's not the rest of the universe. That's just rest of part of the universe. The real rest of the universe is even beyond that. So we really have to lift our horizons. And we're only at a transition state, which allows us to exchange energy from a lower state to a higher state, or from a higher state to a lower state. And we know that we can transmit energy from here to there, and there's a connection in between. But whichever energy state we're talking about, we are only a part, and we are within that state. There's no accounting for the creation of that state. We're just looking at that hydrogen component, which we now know is electron-proton marriage. And we know there's this interaction point in between. And there's this relationship where the higher field state is the gravitational and the smaller field is the magnetical. And there's a relationship between the two. So what's going on in our brain? Because we have a left side and a right side. It's a little bit different from the way the earth is created, but it's supposed to be balanced, isn't it? And in order to be balanced, there has to be something gravitational in the core. And we find that that's our soul. So in the core of the atom, we see the neutron. So in the core of our brain, we see the soul. And being gravitational, it's very strong. And it's not confined by the physicality of the limitations of the physicality of the skull, if you will. And this is why there's no poker playing in outer space, you see, because poker involves lying, cheating, bluffing, and deceit. And these are all possible on Earth in its physicality. But there are other players in outer space. And the problem for us is that the emission and absorption spectrum, these spectra are your domain. And as such, this domain is your sun source. And like the sun, and everyone can see the sun when it comes up, this domain is your sun source for all to see. So you can't lie, cheat, bluff, or deceive in outer space because everyone can see the truth. And so when we talk about give and take, we see the difference. When we talk about money, before we can give it, we have to receive it. But when you're talking about energy, in order to maintain your MAGRAV condition, you have to give, then you receive. And this is why we had problems with the commandments, because of the limitation of the speed of light. So when we find that the energy exceeds the speed of light as we know it, it involves the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. And then we see the conflict that's between the laws of man and the laws of nature. And there's the only reason there's a conflict is because of the knowledge. There is no conflict between the laws of nature and the laws of man. We just made it that way. It's artificial. But when we look at our soul positioning, we see that, you know, as we were born, we see the relationship between the womb, our mother, and the Mother Earth. And then we look at our physicality, the relationship between our brain, our body, and our position on Mother Earth. And so we see the earthbound strength and how we relate to it. We see the physical soul of the man and the physical soul of the body. And we say, well, the physicality is stronger. So we're looking at it from the earthbound point of view, aren't we? We need to look at it from the universal point of view. The universal soul of man is stronger than the universal soul of the body. And we have to understand that this is a plasma field reference, where the stronger field feeds the weaker field. So how does energy transit? So we understand that we can transit electricity on telephone poles. We hook up a wire, and so we have these poles that litter the land, and these wires that are hanging from these poles. So we transit energy from the power station to our homes. And so now we understand why we continually get reinforced with this double crossing, because this is how we rob energy at the expense of others. It's all part of the energy binding, but remember, we're taking from the weakest. And so we concentrate on having to deviously steal this energy through fear and greed. And then we rob our own energy through ego validation or just plain leaking. All of this is bush harvesting, the physical feeding system, by lying and cheating and stealing from others. And when we say others, that includes ourselves. So we have to learn the law of detachment, to be detached and at ease, so that we can soar past the ego and be free. Past the limitations, the imposed limitations. And so we see that the soul is at the core, and as the core, that becomes the gravitational core component. And when we compare that to the others, we see that this core component has a field strength that comes not only from the energy at the core, but the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. And it creates 3 dimensions. You have a base that's gravitational, and then you have a connecting point that's magnetic. And we can change to go from a 3-star base to a 4-star base, pyramid shape. We increase the field strength. So obviously we've changed the dynamic plasma. This has to interact with another plasma. And so we find that interaction point is the crossover point between the magnetical and gravitational force fields. And there's a connection there. So this is how we can see that energy is coming and energy is leaving. And then there's a connection. So interestingly enough, when we look at our planet, physically, it rotates in one direction. But plasmatically, the northern hemisphere rotates in one direction and the southern hemisphere rotates in another direction. And if you're standing on the northern hemisphere, your feet are on the ground. And if you're standing in the southern hemisphere, well, your feet are still on the ground. So this is the difference between the physical reality and the plasmatic reality. And so if we didn't have this gravitational stability in the center, this would not be possible. So what does that mean? That means at the core is the gravitational force field, and around the outside is the magnetic force field. So our existence and our physicality is within this plasmatic force field. And on top of that, we have our own force field. So the existence of our force field is dependent on the force field of the Earth, which in fact is our environment. And even though we stay in this physical position on Earth, we are able to transition different ranges. We can go over mountains, or we can go under the water or under the ground, and we can change our position within the environment. How do we do that? And then we can play music. And we know that the low notes have a low frequency and the high notes have a high frequency. And we found that the higher frequency is more gravitational. And so when we climb the stairway to heaven, we have to decide, are we going up or down? Well, that's determined by our susceptibility. Well, what affects your susceptibility? Well, there are two factors. There's a rate of change from stable to unstable and from complex to simple. So the more simple and more unstable something is, the more susceptible it is to being magnetical. And the more complex something is, the more stable it is. And then it becomes susceptible to being more gravitational. How much magnetical can it be? How much gravitational can it be? What does it take to create a magnetical gravitational balance known as a maggrav? And what does it take to have a magnetical emission as opposed to a gravitational absorption? And what does it mean, absorption? So let's look at that. So remember that hydroxyl that we sheared off that hydrogen? Well, where's it going? Who knows? What's the susceptibility? And what about the hydroxyl? Well, we haven't specified the environment, have we? So if the hydroxyl is going to link up with something, the hydrogen is also going to have to link up with something. Because this energy is always in motion, we can't stop it until it gets into a maggrav condition. So now we understand relationships. So you look at the singularities, the hydrogen, the PM tick, or the duality, the hydroxyl, oxygen, hydrogen combination, or the trinity, the balance, the maggrav condition. These are all dimensions. So to understand these relationships, we have to identify a field reference, a context. At that point, we can establish a relationship. Which means that when we look at these initial fundamental particles, which we call PM ticks, we understand that there are PM ticks from antimatter, dark matter, and from matter state. So each of these PM ticks has a different field strength based on the origin of the force field. If we look at the periodic table of elements and we see that the different elements in their physicality have different mass, that in order to maintain that mass, they have to have a different force field. But they're in the same energy state, the physical energy state. So if we were to say pack A has a energy state of antimatter, not all the PM ticks within that antimatter would have the same field strength. If we look at pack B being the dark matter, not all the PM ticks would have the same field strength. And if we look at pack C, all the PM ticks coming out of pack C, the matter, wouldn't necessarily have the same field strength. So you have a variable field strength coming out of each pack, and you have a variable field strength coming from the combination of the packs. And the only thing that determines the field strength is the susceptibility. Because in the process of determining the susceptibility, you determine the nature of the Magravh condition. But the Magravh condition has come from this force field of the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. But the PM ticks don't have that Magravh condition in its environment. We don't know where this environment is. So when we look at a plasma and we say it's positive, has a gravitational core, has a magnetical field around it, and has different force fields going around that, we don't know where we are. We could be anywhere. There's no accounting for that. And so when we look at the Earth, we see there's a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. But the Earth is very complex, which means it's very stable. And so we see that there are a lot of fields happening in between. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a little focal point here. We're just going to examine inside this box what's going on here. So here we are with a magnification of what's inside the box, and we see that the gravitational field at the bottom is in the core and the magnetical field around the outside. But then we have all these rotating fields in between. And some are going in the same direction as the neighbor, and some are going in the opposite direction. So if opposites attract, then some would be gravitational or magnetical. But if like repel, then how do you have two fields running in parallel? So, and then if you have a field going in a particular direction where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then you have a gravitational going towards magnetical. But then the gravitational is running in the opposite direction of the other field, which is gravitational. So we have all these anomalies. So we just can't put this all together. This becomes like a bowl of spaghetti. It doesn't really make any sense. And the reason for it is because we have not considered the gaps. Remember the nano gaps? So there are other field forces here which we're not taking into account. What we're seeing is the net result. And the net result is we're seeing fields traveling in pairs. And when two fields travel together in one direction, they create a magnetical force field. And when two fields travel in another direction, they create a magnetical force field. But there's friction in between, isn't there? So how do we determine this? Let's go back to the magnets. And let's understand that we take these three magnets, which we said are negative, and they have this gap in between, which we now know is a repulsion field. The thing is, we only have to flip one of the magnets in order to get these three fields to come together. So we take the bottom magnet and flip it over. Then you see that we can create an attraction field. And when you look at this formation, it's very similar to the way water is structured, with the gravitational oxygen and the two hydrogens on the outside. And so this accounts for a balance. Since the balance is obviously working, where you have a gravitational in the core, and the magnetical field on the outside. So if you look at a graphic of this combination, and we say, okay, well, the green circle would be the oxygen is rotating in one direction, and the other two are hydrogen, they'd be rotating in the opposite direction because they're the same. And so where the oxygen meets, say, the hydrogen on the left, the fields are flowing in the same direction. Okay, that makes sense. When you take the one with the circle on the right, and where they meet, they're flowing in the same direction. Oh, well, okay, that's good. That's working. And so we know when we put the three together that we created this magnetical field around. Okay, so that's working. But what happens when the two hydrogens are coming together? The rotation is conflicting. It's grinding. It's the same thing when you sharpen a knife on a grinding wheel. You see the sparks flying. There's friction. In the plasmatic condition, the friction comes from two fields of the same poles rubbing together. And so some of that comes around and stays within the field, and the rest of it diverges and creates a vacuum condition. And we could relate this to the physical friction, the same way we do with the sharpening a knife on a grinding wheel. But the thing about the plasma friction is it's converging and going somewhere, because all of these PM ticks are created from a matter state, and they're looking for a common denominator. And so they will go there, and they will do that at light speed. So one of the ways we have emission is from this friction. And another way we have this emission is from this plasma transition from the y-axis coming out of the pole. And then we have another emission that comes from rotation of the individual fields, because the energy is everywhere. And this is all done at light speed. So when we have emission, we have to have absorption. So when we take these PM ticks that are created from the friction, they go somewhere, and wherever they go, they are absorbed. When we emit from the emission pole, we can have the field force come back into the southern pole and get absorbed again. Helps us maintain our maggrav condition. And then through the rotation of the field, we can have this emission. And so it comes in contact with an environment, which is also emitting back to us. And so we can absorb it that way as well. So whichever way we do emission, which we say is creation, we can do absorption. The balance of creation is the balance of emission and absorption. And it's all done at light speed. So when we talk about attraction, there has to be a common denominator. And so if you have two things that are common, they're obviously of a similar pole. So what has to happen? There has to be an adaptation. So that when these two come together, they get blended together. And then the energy is absorbed and they act as one. So it's no longer two poles. It's one. But it has a higher field strength. So there was a neutron in one, there was a neutron in the other, and now we have a neutron of a higher field strength within a magnetical field of a higher field strength. And so this is how we can operate on the Earth. We can go from one range to another range and just transmit ourselves between these ranges, or we can go up and down and transition ourselves and stay within the range, stay within the physicality. But when we created the cups of life, we created the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, the cup of inertia, and the cup of the earth. And then we put them together as a stacker unit. And then we can see the relationship of the gravitational and magnetic force fields of transition and how we operate in that. And we can change our position. So we see that the gift of life is the ability to give and take energy. We can do creation, co-creation, procreation. This is the progression of creation. We call it growth. And as such, what we emit is what we absorb. And we do this at light speed. But we have many different neutron levels, you see. Because in order for us to maintain a maggrav condition, which is the balance, it's a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational force fields. Now, when you have this balance, two things happen. One, it's not visible, it's invisible. And two, nothing happens. And we know nothing is nothing. So when we look at the Keshe model of the nuclear decay of the neutron, and we see the neutron, how it breaks down into a fundamental decay process into an atom, which is a proton-electron marriage, this is where we release these PM ticks. This is part of the decay process. But that's just one side. That's the emission. So these PM ticks then absorb. So when we look at these PM ticks and we see, well, wait a second, they're like the electrons, they're magnetical. And they have a matter state, dark matter state, and antimatter state. And they are now at the core component. So when we look in detail in this atomic structure, and we look at the electron-proton marriage, we see that both the electron and the proton have a matter state, antimatter state, and dark matter state. So clearly, they're not the same field strength. And so the PM ticks that are derived from that are not going to be at the same field strength either. Let me rephrase this. The PM ticks derived from the antimatter state of the proton are not the same as the PM ticks derived from the dark matter state of the proton. They're not the same as the PM ticks derived from the antimatter state of the electron. And they're not the same as the PM ticks derived from the dark matter state of the electron. They're not the same. Yet we call them PM ticks, electrons and protons, antimatter, dark matter, and matter. There's no accounting for the difference. And we call them an atom. And so it's true that a hydrogen atom and an oxygen atom are not the same. So if we look at the core component of the neutron, although it's gravitational, then we have to say that it is not the same. So would we be correct in saying hydrogen is 1 and oxygen is 8? So is oxygen actually hydrogen 8, where you have the number is determined by the number of protons? So oxygen would have 8 protons, hydrogen would have 1 proton. And the electron proton are a combination. So there will be 1 electron in the hydrogen and 8 electrons in the oxygen. But the mass of the oxygen is 16. And so I was taught, and this was incorrect, that there would be 16 electrons. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because in order to have an electron, which is magnetical, there has to be some kind of gravitational corresponding field force to maintain that maggrav condition. And we know that because when we look at the GANS is like a popcorn. It's puffed out. And it has all of these negative charges all over the place, and it has this core which is gravitational. But we can create a GANS out of all of the elements of the periodic table of elements. So we can also say that the GANS is not the same. It's just like saying car. You don't know what color it is, you don't know what brand it is, you don't even know how many wheels it has, and you don't even know if it has a motor. But when you look at this, now you're looking at a dandelion. And you say, well, here's a seed formation from a dandelion, and it looks just like GANS in physical state. But you know what? The dandelion used to be yellow, and there's no yellow here. It's all white. So nature knows something. So we just assume that there's 8 neutrons in the core. Is it 8 neutrons? We know there's 8 protons because each proton has an electron. But if the mass of the neutron is 8 more, then where are these electrons? Since the neutron can decay into an electron-proton combination, these electrons must be inside the neutron. They must be embodied within the neutron. And if the electron is embodied within the neutron, so must be the proton. And if the force field of the electron is different from the force field of the proton, then the force field of the matter in the electron is different from the force field of matter within the proton. So when you say neutron, what are you talking about? We have arbitrarily said that the neutron has a certain mass. And then we said, let's divide the mass of the element by the number of neutrons to figure out how many neutrons are in there. And then from there, we can figure out how many protons and how many electrons. Well, that's great. That just takes care of the schematic of the physicality, but it doesn't account. It doesn't account for the energy, because when you look at the star formation of these rotating motors, and inside each of these, there's a embodiment of GANS. These are all mechanical rotating balls with GANS inside, and as they rotate, they create this plasma field, and each one has this, and you know this plasma field is magnetical, and the combination of these all come together, we create this dynamic plasma state in the center. There's no rotating ball, there's no motor, there's no GANS. So what we have is a small m matter state, which is physical. That includes the motor and the balls. We have a GANS state, which is physical. It's inside the rotating balls. And then each of these balls has a plasma state, which is not physical. And the combination of all of these together is a dynamic plasma state, which is not physical. And then you create this state in the center at the gravitational core. So the 3 balls on the bottom are a gravitational relationship with the 1 ball at the top, which is magnetical. The dynamic plasma state in the core is gravitational, and the combination of the force field around us is magnetical. The gravitational feeds the magnetical. Which gravitation are you talking about? Which magnetical are you talking about? Or are we looking at the totality of the whole thing and we see it as a combination in action? And we see that we have different flavors, different energy fields within the plasma field. So here is a artificial picture of a plasma scan, and you can see it's well organized. And it has different colors representing different field forces. And then we had Tesla 129, where we created a magnetical field instantaneously. We changed the neutron level because we changed the force field. And there was no explosion, there was no tsunami, and no one got hurt in the process. And so we had a universal body enhancement unit, which we used to enhance the physicality of the body. And then we created a material enhancement unit to enhance the production of elements. And we find that these units can actually fly. And then when we measured the mass of the material enhancement unit, we found that it changed. It got heavier, a lot heavier. So when we look at our main center exhibition, and we see the material enhancement unit and the equipment that we used to bring that in, couldn't lift the unit to take it out. We had to get heavier equipment. There's no mass confusion. The neutron level changed. And so this is the point. You, as your soul, when you're doing the meditation, in order to enhance your strength, open up to the energy of the universe, allow it to come in and yield to its forces. That way you can receive. You provide the pattern, you get the energy. You get to choose. You get to choose the picture. So not only do we look at, say, physical flying saucers that can navigate all over the place, but we have these cylindrical saucers and these spherical saucers, and that really funny one that has arms and legs we call man. And all of these work within the environment known as Earth. But that's an arbitrary choice. That was our choice. And so we've been teaching this for over a decade. 493 Knowledge Seekers workshops in a row, hosted by Rick Cramen, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And we keep going. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, calling all knowledge seekers. Life's learning lessons transmute your soul growth. Use the World Peace Treaty to enhance that. So sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your soul. Sign it with your heart and mean it. So it's the dilution of the emotions that's coming through the universe, which allows the fields of life choices. And these are free from the boundaries or abuse. The ethos maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. And they will welcome you because the speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. There's an earthbound soul family, and it needs to go through this gravitational transformation, the different neutron levels, which we call represented by the physical and emotional vitality. And so this all comes from the plasma dilution through the emotion of knowledge, which is embodied in the transmutation connection, which connects equally to the universal cosmic rays. Freedom broadcast. It's a freedom broadcast of inner space. Choosing energy transit through the proper plasma resonance. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. Thank you very much for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex, for presenting. There was quite a lot there, as usual, for us to consider and contemplate and work with and unravel. So slowly, we learn more. You know, that beautiful video you voiced over, do you have the link to that? I was thinking we do have a very large dental school in Connecticut, in Farmington, I believe. And somehow I'd like to get that video. I know I have it, but I haven't been able to find it and put it in the chat or in the Telegram.
I'll send it to you in the Telegram.
Okay, I appreciate that. Would anyone like to raise a question, make a comment, object to something that was said, confirm something? Or any of the above? Yeah, I was thinking of, I took a picture of a tomato plant, and I know you were talking about roots and everything. Let me just share the screen for a moment if I could, and then take it back after this. You can hear me? Yes?
Yeah, I'm trying to stop the share.
Okay, I got it. Okay, you were saying the roots grow at night and probably the leaves, I guess, grow in the day. This is just a little tomato plant that we started. But the similarity I was seeing was these little hairs that come off the side of it. And obviously that's another, not so obvious, I've never understood it. But as Mr. Keshe said, these little, the skin that we have and the little hairs or the seed that's in there is attracting energy. So when the plant is smaller, I think it has a lot more, there must be thousands of these hairs going up. And that must be another way for them to absorb energy, whether they're at rest, it's at night, or during the day. I know Mr. Keshe said we're doing this constantly. This is where we get 80% of the energy. So I just noticed a similarity. I always had wondered about these hairs until Mr. Keshe went into this vortex, which he said he would teach more. But if we were able to see a picture, this plant is probably pulling in very small fields, but continuous fields coming in. And I just thought I'd share that as another interesting observation, I would say. And as he said, with our bodies, there's not one hair that's there by accident. They all have a function. And even if you don't have a hair, that point or that crosshatch is still absorbing energy. So wouldn't you say that this is part of its energy absorption protocol?
Based on what we know, I would say yes. Based on our ignorance, we would just call that fluff.
Yeah, fuzz.
Yeah,
it never, I always was wondering, because we did grow a number of tomatoes, not a lot, just a backyard garden, but I would always notice this on there. And then I just raised a couple of these plants in the last few weeks, a little late in the season. But I noticed these hairs, and then I correlated it to what Mr. Keshe was saying about the small vortexes in our skin continuously all over our body. So this plant probably day and night is pulling in energies this way as well, plus the roots, plus creating some sort of dome around it to take in energies. And of course, the plants have figured out a lot more than we have as far as reducing the killing. But I just thought I'd show that. Very similar to our own hair. And that's probably, I know he said our hair was nanomaterials. So this may be a type of nanomaterial as well. Almost like an antenna.
Yeah. So the scientific term for this is side chain.
I knew that. No, just kidding. I haven't heard that term before. What did you call it? Side chain?
Side. SIDE.
Oh,
side
side
chain.
chain. Okay. I see the side, but I don't see the chain. Maybe they're all linked together in a way. Definitely antennas, though.
Well, just a moment. So, yeah, you understand the chain connection from atoms. Like if you look at a copper wire, and I know you're a strong fellow, but I don't think you can pull a copper wire apart.
No, not this cycle.
Okay, so that's a pretty strong chain. But you do the nano coating, and you find that strong link has been replaced, and it's been replaced with gaps. So you can damage that, right? You can damage the nano coating.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Well, you can damage these side chains as well.
Right.
If you take your fingers and you pinch this plant, let's say you want to move this plant from one place to another, because you have this beautiful picture, and I'm guilty as everybody else, I would grab the plant by the stem,
Yep.
and move it. But in the process of
I
pinching
see where
it,
you're going with this.
I would damage that.
So rather than pull it up, in a way, dig it up.
Yeah, it would be better. You can imagine the trauma the plant goes through when you move it, and if you ever worked in a greenhouse and you see how they handle the plants and everything, and I could just imagine the stress that they go, I think of that emoji with the happy face crying,
Yeah, and
tears coming out of the plants.
Yeah, we don't think of this at all. I don't think 1 out of 500 people would understand that this is an energy absorb. I'm not positive it is, but it certainly looks very similar to the hairs.
Hold it.
Way. Yeah.
No, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. Okay, I thought we were done with that. You say you're not positive. I mean, like you spend hours listening to these lessons, and not just mine, but you're probably one of the most dedicated knowledge seekers, and you're telling me that you're not positive.
Right. Oh, there's a lot I'm unsure of.
Well, you see the hair, okay? So
maybe this is a type of pest repellent or something.
Well, yeah, but you see that the hair is thicker at the base, and then it's thinner at the outside, right?
Definitely.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, they're different lengths.
So we know which side is gravitational.
Yeah.
Oh, and different lengths too. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
May I make a comment?
So higher. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can pinch off the top of that plant, and those little hairs grow into roots, and you can have another plant. I did that last year. In the fall, I clipped off the tops of the tomato plants just before frost and put these things in water, and all those hairs grew into roots, just as an aside. Wow. And then I started another plant. You can actually start an infinite number of plants just from the tops.
This could create an infinite number if you were so careful with it. So you see, Alex, you're not accepting my unsurety, but maybe they're a type of root in a way.
Oh, no.
Or-
Erm is reaffirming her surety.
Okay.
Okay, because now we understand the relationship of the magnetical gravitational forces there. So something is something as opposed to something else. So the plant has an ability to adapt. It does it differently from the way we do it, but it needs roots, it needs leaves, and how does it decide? So if you look at the base of the stem, you see that it's thicker than it is at the top. So the base is gravitational, the top is magnetical. If you look at those hairs, the hairs coming out of the stem are thicker, that's gravitational, and the tip of the hairs is magnetical. Okay, so when you look at the bottom leaf, it has a distance from the root. And it's not a hair, as Erm says, right? It becomes something else.
Yeah.
And at a point below the ground, it's not a leaf, it's a root. So you're looking at a gradient charge. You're looking at something causing a manifestation that is different. But it's all part of the same plant, and it's well organized. So this magnetical gravitational relationship is very, very important. You know, you heard about the depressed atom, eh?
The depressed who?
The depressed atom.
No.
Oh yeah, I was very depressed. He had a feeling that he was gonna lose his electron. And I asked him if he was sure. He says, yeah, he was positive.
There's a couple subtleties hidden in there.
The hair is against other insects. There's some liquid in it against other insects.
Okay, I just took it as
yeah, sure, maybe too.
It could have multifunction. Yes?
Yeah, multifunctional, right?
We know the roots can grow from it. I'm assuming it is absorbing energy, and it can also be some sort of defense mechanism for the plant itself, and smaller ones, I think, smaller insects.
Yeah, and there is a liquid in this hair against
something that
poison or something.
Yeah, a little repulsive then. So this is its own natural, perhaps, defense in a way.
Yeah.
Or shielding, as Alex was mentioning. And in the future, I think it would be so, Mr. Keshe said, we'll have videos of these energies, 80% of our energies coming in through our skin, let's say, or the majority of it, the lungs, the eyes, and a few other things. But it would be great for children and adults to see a human and a plant basically doing the same sort of work, a different way. But in the future, we're going to have these videos to share. And I think this will make the understanding of the plasma absorption really a solid, where we could see it on maybe not the Kirlian photography, maybe so, but probably more detailed than that.
Oh, I'm really glad you brought that up.
Okay.
I just want to just deviate slightly about this Kirlian photography.
Okay, that's great. That's going to be a tool in the future for sure.
Well, there was a YouTube video that I seen where someone was doing Kirlian photography, and they were using it to disprove the aura of the plant.
Okay.
And they said that you understand that if you were to take a leaf and cut that part of the leaf, the Kirlian photography would still show the soul of the plant emitting a force field representing the design of the leaf, right? You agree with that?
That you cut off.
Yes.
Yeah, as Mr. Keshe said, when you have a kidney removed, the field of the kidney is still there, even though the physical kidney is not.
Right. So this YouTuber was making the claim that this was false because he designed Kirlian photography. He recreated it in his own home, and he was able to demonstrate how that force field was actually altered by the cutting of the leaf. But what he actually proved was that he didn't have Kirlian photography. So why was he able to show a, shall we say, a pattern that reflected the energy, but reflected the energy of the cut part of the leaf? So that's my question to you. I'm putting you on the spot, sort of, but I think you're up for it. Why do you think that is?
Shall I guess? I'm not sure. You said he didn't have that sort of camera.
Well, he claimed that he did.
Okay.
Because he's seen a glow, an energy glow around the plant. Then after he cut the leaf, that energy flow contracted to the new position that reflected the cut. So what could you conclude with that picture?
Well, maybe it made a nano coating on the cutting. Perhaps.
Yeah. Well, it probably did because the plant wants to heal itself, right?
To grow the leaf back, starting with a nano layer.
Okay, so that's fine, but we have an opposition to an understanding of the Kirlian photography because it conflicts with even what I taught at one of the private classes and what you just mentioned, what Mr. Keshe is mentioning. So, you know, if someone has let's say a salamander, you know, has his foot cut off, the salamander has the capability of growing that foot back. So the essence that allows that foot to grow back would be the plasmatic aura so that the foot can grow back into that. Right? Makes sense?
Oh, yeah. And we have the capability as well. It's just we haven't used it in a long time.
No, I understand that, but I'm just going back to this Kirlian photography. He didn't see that. In other words, if he were to take a picture of the salamander, he would not see that aura in his emission spectrum. So, but he's claiming it's Kirlian photography. So now I want you to derive a conclusion. How do you resolve this anomaly between what this YouTuber did and what Mr. Keshe is saying? How would you resolve that anomaly?
I don't see the anomaly. He didn't have the actual correct photography. So how could he see it?
Okay, but he's seen an emission spectrum. So what is the difference between what he's seen and what is genuine Kirlian emission?
Not sure.
That's an honest answer.
Yeah.
So very basic. This is the key difference between understanding the physical physics versus the plasma physics.
You mean like when you grow the finger or the toe with a reactor, where layer by layer it gets built up?
But it'll grow into the plasma field. Let's go back to this.
There are many anomalies, no question.
Okay, but this is an important point because to this day, many knowledge seekers still don't get it. We have a clear difference between the physical science and the plasma science, and we have trouble identifying. And so if we look at the characteristic of the plasma, are you still able to hear me, by the way?
Oh, clearly, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm trying to get the picture up, but I can't right now. So what I'm going to say is that remember the picture where I had the magnets and then I had the fields of the magnets, and I said, well, you know, when you remove the magnets, you remove the field.
Okay. I know you had a number of pictures of magnets, yes.
Yeah, but in physics.
Now we're not hearing you.
When you remove the magnet, you remove the field.
All right, we missed the sentence, Alex. When you remove the
In
magnet.
a plasma reality, when you move the reactor, the field remains.
It's breaking up.
When you remove the. Okay, I know why it's breaking up. Okay.
I did hear you said when you remove the magnet, you remove the field.
In physicality.
In physicality, okay.
So when he cut off that leaf and when he saw the emission spectrum, he saw what he thought was plasma energy, or he saw what he thought was a Kirlian representation. And it might have been, but it was in the physical state. The true Kirlian photography was able to see the energy in a plasmatic state. So in a plasmatic state, when you remove the reactor, the field remains. Are you with me?
Yeah. Even though that's almost counterintuitive, but once you introduce that field, you're saying it stays in that area, that position?
The plasmatic field stays, yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a plasmatic
residual, okay.
Residual, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, what I'd like you to do here is
you can take the screen back, Alex.
Would you stop sharing first, please?
Although there is one other point I wanted to bring up, but let's go back to your sharing. No, go ahead. Okay, I stopped the share.
I'm going to try it now.
We're seeing it says Alex has started screen sharing. There it is. Okay, it's come up.
So when you look at the fields of attraction and repulsion from the magnets, you know that there's a field there because you can feel it, right? But if you take those magnets away, you won't feel those fields anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in a plasmatic state, if you have this plasmatic field and it was created by a plasma reactor, you can remove the reactor, the field will remain. Okay, let's go back to the salamander. We cut the foot off. The aura of the foot remained. And the salamander has the skill to regrow that foot. But he has to have that plasmatic field to grow into, because that plasmatic field is of a higher energy state, and it will feed to the lower energy state, which is physical. You okay with that?
Sounds good.
This is so fundamental to understanding the plasma science. And every time that we run into a, shall we say, an objection, it's because of the failure to understand this key point. You have an aura that's around your body. Your physical body as a baby grew. Your aura had to grow first. You grew into your aura. When your aura increased in size, then you grew. You grew into your aura. You understand that?
I hear what you're saying, yes.
You can't grow into nothing. You can only grow into something. The aura that you grew into physically was your environment. You have to grow into that. So this is why your hands are on the ends of your arms and your feet are on the ends of your legs. It's because your aura has predetermined that pattern. This was tested. Robert O. Becker in the Body Electric. They took a graft and of a leg and they put it on a different part of the body. So that graft had the aura of the leg. And guess what? A new leg grew into that aura, but not in the place where the leg used to be, but where they put the graft. The cell tissue carries an energy field.
Interesting. I just sent a photo to Mark of my tomatoes growing roots. I didn't know how to put it in here, but now I understand that those parts of the tomato had the aura of the whole plant.
Right. And because you know this, when this YouTuber said, I have disproved the theory of the Kirlian photography, he didn't have Kirlian photography because this particular aura did not reflect the plasmatic field of the soul of the plant. And you as a knowledge seeker could catch him right off the bat. And so this is the point of these lessons. You don't know everything, and you don't know the latest research, but here's what you can tell. You can tell if someone's telling the truth or not. And one way you can tell is by looking at their soul. And another way you can tell is just by the knowledge that people talk about. And if I had this knowledge when I was in school, I would be thrown out of class because I would have, protested to the teacher. Oh no, that doesn't comply with, laws of the universe. Yeah, but this is the generally accepted method of teaching, the generally accepted knowledge, which has actually put a limitation on our knowledge. And so that extends to the speed of light, because you say, well, the speed of light is the fastest speed in physicality. in physicality. The physicality is a state. Now, what is the speed of light in the plasma state? This I can tell you. It will be constant, but it will have to be faster than the physical light. What are we talking about? We're talking about spirit light. We're talking about soul light. We're talking about Gans light. We're talking about nano light. We're talking about plasma light. Each energy state is a stable Magrav state. And within that stable Magrav state, it obeys the rules of energy transfer. And the energy transfer is via PM ticks, which are light, which are energy packs. These energy packs are love. All synonyms. But the one that we refer to constantly is light. And the light speed is constant in each state. But because the energy state is higher, then the light speed maximum is higher as well. Now you start to have an accounting for the difference in energy and mass. Because when you look at the equation of the speed of light, there is no reason for there to be more energy, and there's no reason for there to be more mass. But we know there is more energy, and we know there is more mass. And it's on the periodic table of elements, and the scientific community has worked that all out. And yet at the end they say, well, the speed of light is the maximum speed in physicality. But the maximum speed of light in the plasma reality is also the maximum speed, but it's a plasma light. It's not a physical light. And so when they say that the distance between here and there is so many light years, we are talking about physical light years. We are not talking about plasmatic light years. And that's why we're hanging on to, you know, internal combustion and rockets.
Okay, I've gotten Erm's picture. Can I share it? Maybe
I'm
you'd
going to
like
stop
make-
sharing.
You don't have to. I should be able to.
Yeah, I
make
do.
it. Okay, here we go. Maybe you'd like to make a comment, Erm. You sent me this picture just now. Let's see, Erm, are you still with us?
Hang on.
Okay, I think you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, these were just tops actually. During the winter they got so long, I said that I can't sustain this till next spring, so I just took the tops off of those tops and started another batch. So these are actually the second times over where I grew those little hairs into roots.
Is that cheating? You already harvested the tomatoes the first time?
No, I harvested tomato plants.
Okay, okay.
But I was thinking, you know, when you grow tomatoes and you're supposed to pick off the side arms, the side branches,
The
you know, where
suckers on the
the
bottom?
suckers, right? You
Yeah.
could make more plants out of all those suckers.
Yeah, yeah, there's
Just
two
thinking of the
leaves.
practical implications.
Mhm, mhm. Any comment from anyone? And this is what I also wanted to bring this up, Alex, here. This is, we were talking about magnets, and a bit of your presentation was definitely about magnets and so on. the whole understanding of the world of creation comes in the dimension of understanding the work of the plasma, energy fields, connection of the fields. In fact, mankind has not made much strive to understand this, even though we play with them for centuries. We get the magnet and we play with it with another magnet, but we never understood the work of the fields, the sharing of the fields of the two magnets, the interaction of the fields of the magnets with their environment that allows such a position, what we call between the two attraction repulsion, what we call mag-rav positioning. If you really go back into the depth of it, we have not completed to understand the process of the matter state magnetic fields. And that is why we have a problem understanding the interaction of the fields of the plasma. So again, I don't think I fully understood the work of the magnet. We can't really see the fields of the magnet unless we put it under one of those, I'm not sure what they call them, but you can see the fields. Do you know what they're called, Alex, when you put a magnet on a certain device and it shows you its fields? Maybe not a magnetometer. I don't know if that's the right description of it. So we're still struggling through the work of the plasma or the work of the magnet in the matter state. And this makes it much more difficult for us to understand the work in the plasmatic state.
Well, in the physical state, Mark, we can put iron filings on a sheet and put a magnet underneath so we can see the field lines, the lines of force, right? The point I'm making is that if you remove that magnet, because of the low energy of the physical state, you will remove the field as well.
I got that. Okay.
So when we get into a plasma reactor, if you could do the same thing with the plasma reactor, so you take one of these rotating balls with the GANs in it, it will create a plasma field. And you can put the iron filings in that field and you will see that they will follow the same lines of force. But if you remove that reactor, you are leaving a plasmatic residue. And so that residue will remain behind.
And you were saying a lot of times field force, and that's because you were talking in the matter state. I know, Mr. Keshe, in the plasmatic, we more refer to not a force because that's a movement of a physical object, but a strength of a field. And this is another understanding we have to be more certain of.
While the strength of the field is the mass, but that field has to position itself, and it will do so according to the force that it has in relationship to the force of the fields in the environment.
Okay. And that picture you showed with the brain, I mean, that is a half sphere.
Mind blowing?
Huh?
Mind blowing?
Yeah, a half sphere spaceship reactor, plasmatic spaceship.
Oh,
And
yes.
Certainly the one you were, if you want to show that again, it's in one of your foils, but that's definitely a half sphere spaceship, plasmatic spaceship. And I think this is where we're going, this interaction inside the brain. In a way, he said there's no control system, but at the end he said your brain has a specific control system that puts the two together, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, to synchronize, transfer, transmute their energies together.
Yes.
But I don't know if you took the screen back or not.
No, I haven't, but
Okay. So we're all walking around with it. As he said, I put it right in front of your nose and you can't see it. I was thinking the other day, you know, he said he put it right in front of your nose. Well, if you look from the back of the skull towards the eyes, the soul is in front of the nose. So again, it might be another play on words in a way. I put it right in front of your nose, but you couldn't see it. That's from Mr. Keshe. He said that many, many times. But I think this is the part of the reactor, at least to, again, it's a very deep understanding. And perhaps when we start to work with it better, even though he did ask us to try and create a system within ourselves, I think, to fit into this sort of operation. And again, wondering when you're in the plasmatic state and when you're in the matter state and moving back and forth. Randy said the speed of light is also described mathematically in the pyramid's own dimensions. Speed of light 299 miles per second, 299,792,458 miles a second, coordinates of the Giza pyramid, 29,979 2458. Wow.
I found the slide. Mark, do you want to stop sharing?
Okay, here we go. You've got it.
Okay, I see what's going on. It's really affecting the. It really affects the screen. Okay.
We're seeing your screen, but we just see your name on it at this point.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to send it down.
Okay, there it is. No, that wasn't the one. It was just the brain sort of floating in the air.
Oh, that one. Okay.
That's the one. Definitely a half-sphere spaceship reactor.
Okay, I know. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll try and find it. Oh, it's not far away.
Okay. Yeah, just to show everyone what you're really walking around with and what you, again, it's for each one of us to sort of discover it, unravel it, start to use it. But the UFO will also come in with the universal community. He said these UFOs are beyond our own. No, it's not there. I thought it was from the side, but there it is. There you have it. There's your half-sphere plasma spaceship right there. The one with the yeah. Mm-hmm. I think this is really a very close representation of what we're doing. Even though the brain isn't flying per se, it's creating dimensions of fields and interactions to move in these energy packets of the soul, I think. Because when you dream, you're dreaming of the grandfather, but your body's in bed, so you couldn't possibly be physically with the grandfather. It's just the interaction of fields or creating that field within your own structure. And you're seeing it through the eyes. That's where the energy passes through. Or it's projected there. So yeah, very, again, we're quite novice at this, but I think we'll become more proficient. That's for sure as time goes on. I'm not saying we'll become experts. Mr. Keshe said to become a master at this takes a long, long time. And even traveling other parts of this universe, he said you'll get lost, you have to be brought back, and then probably processed for any sort of energy packages you may have picked up along the way, and so on and so forth. But that is a beautiful half-sphere spaceship reactor, and we're all walking around with it. We just called it a brain. Okay, any other thoughts, questions, comments, objections? It's over past midnight, Alex, so.
Well, let me just thank everybody for allowing me to present. I hope you're finding these presentations interesting. You can see the challenge that we have, most of us here are probably mature students, and you can see the challenge that the new students have. And so it's our responsibility to help them along the way, because it's very discouraging if they don't get the right grounding. But we have to see the pattern and the flow of energy. And what the discussion really focused on today, which I'm really glad about, is the difference between the plasma science and the physical science. We really, really need to nail this down. And it was one of the hardest things that I've had to do over the last 4 years. And it was the motivation for a lot of the teachings that I did. And now we've come to the point where, you bring up a little example like the hairs on the stem of a tomato plant, and we can discuss it intelligently. And you can see, that how Ern transformed her plants, and how she's created an environment that was conducive to working with the plant's energy fields. So this is the payoff. This is what we've been striving to achieve. And it's not that difficult, except we have to unlearn a lot of things. So for the children, it's a lot easier for them, because they just have to learn the right way. And so they'll be catching up to us and passing us very, very quickly. And we have to really make sure that we understand the difference between these different energy states. So thanks everybody for allowing me to present, and I'm really hopeful that you've all enjoyed the presentation.
We need as much input as we can possibly get. Okay, I'm going to take the screen, play the Keshe coin. There's still a lot of talk about coins and other things in the financial markets. But again, this is not a coin for speculation, that it's going to be, you buy it for one price and next week it's 50 times that price, and then the following week it's worth nothing. So it's not that type of coin for speculation, but to be part of the banking system once the Keshe Foundation establishes this bank, and it'll be exchanged for products and services within the foundation, which they are going to be enormous, it sounds like, not counting the wellness, the shelter, the feeding, the energy, but a variety of plasmatic products in the 20 to 30,000 number of products to be in the store. I'm going to share the screen, Alex. We're going to play the Keshe coin, and then we're going to play the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Any other comments, thoughts, questions? Someone's holding back what they'd like to share? If not, then we'll go ahead with this. Thank you again, Alex, and all the knowledge seekers. We're all gaining more knowledge, and this is what Mr. Keshe is. We may not have the complete picture, but we're certainly gaining knowledge day by day, week by week, and so on. And many of the systems that are being developed, that we're helping to develop, we'll be able to use in the future, hopefully as well. Again, it all depends how long you want to stay and enjoy the physicality. Okay, so thank you all. Again, one more time, any other thoughts, questions, comments?
Yeah, I had one more thing to report, but if I don't want to
go right ahead,
make everybody stay too late. Last night I had a dream, and when I came to the end of the dream, somehow I was still totally in the dream state, but I knew in my dream that I was going to wake up. And from my dream state, I was trying to imagine what it would be like to be awake. and I thought I liked my dream state better.
Yes.
But then finally I did wake up, but it was quite a lengthy process to get back to the normal quote, normal awake state from the dream state. And still for a while, the dream state was much more vivid than the awake state.
Especially if it was a good one, right? You really want to go back and continue with it.
I don't know what the content was very much, other than that it was an awareness of dreaming.
I would like to add something to that and say I know exactly what you're talking about. I went through the same experience for the last 2 days. And I know that you were on the session at the end of the month.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed with that session. And I think that is one of the results, you know, for us. Where I'm just alluding to the comment that Mr. Keshe made that we could better remember our dreams and actually be aware of the two different states at the same time. And I think that's what you just described, and I'm
right.
And I'm reinforcing that because I experienced the same thing. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then, you know what I think I'm going to do? We're going to play two things. One, they're both only about a minute long, but this is our rough cut of some of the panels. We're not quite finished with it, that we're producing just to show a number of the public teachings. Ed has put this together more or less. We've commented and helped him, critiqued it, and so on. But this is a rough cut, let's say, of a final product that will be coming shortly, about just announcements of the public meeting. So we'll play this, then we're going to play the Keshe coin, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Okay, let's see. I am sharing the screen, so let's just start with this. And I think we do need a few more panels. They're not all in there. These are not in the position they'll be in, but this is just a rough cut in a way, sort of a preview. Let's see if we can just bring this back. Let me take this off the screen and we'll play this. There'll probably be some voiceover with it as well. Well, I thought we were going to play it. What's happening here? We did play it earlier. Thank you, Ed.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.